love Bondi. The sun, the surf, bright lights, the late nights, girls. I wouldn't leave it anywhere else. Growing up, we had pet chickens, dogs, cats, pet cow, even a pet penguin. How was I not going to become a vet? I love being a vet in Bondi. You just never know what you're going to get. Some are shy, some are showy, but they're all characters. Hey Barry, how you going? All right.
Chris takes an emergency call.
Whereabouts? Okay, I'm about 5 minutes away.
He's needed at the beach immediately.
Excuse me, you wouldn't have happened to spot a penguin on your walk around the rocks, would you?
The dog might find it.
Yeah, well, that's what we're afraid of.
A sick penguin has been washed up on the rocks. Barry, from the rescue group Wires, needs to find it before urban predators pounce.
There he is.
This little fella is very weak and fighting to survive.
Let's get a bit of a check over him and just see if we can work out what's going on now.
Come on, quickly, quickly, quickly. Nearby, Billy the Jack Russell is madly chasing his golf ball, despite a painful limp. His owner, Adam, is worried.
Yeah, he's got a problem. Well, he was playing in a park with the dog and got bowled over and had a limp after that, and the limp just hasn't improved.
Is that leg still sore?
Now it's time to go to the vet and do what I've got to do.
Just feeling around his sternum there, along his keel bone. Now, penguins have a pretty good covering of fat, but that sternum there is quite prominent.
The malnourished fairy penguin has been found just in time.
And aside from the stress that we're obviously putting him under just by looking at him, his system is under a bit of strain. I think the most likely thing that's happening at the moment is he's going through the process of molting. To do that, he requires a lot of energy, and if he hasn't put enough energy into his bank, which is his fat reserves, then he can't draw enough out during these periods to sustain. And if he's lacking energy, he's going to come ashore and he just can't feed. And if he does that, he's in big trouble.
Chris is now taking the penguin back to the clinic for further treatment.
Billy boy. All right, so he's been limping.
Adam has been waiting for Chris to examine Billy's back leg. The worried owner explains his little mate's golf ball fetish.
That's unbelievable.
Oh, he could chase it for an hour or more.
Yeah?
Yeah. Doesn't always bring it back.
I wouldn't mind getting him in the corridor out there and see him actually chase this ball. I want to see how that leg performs. Then I want to see if he actually limps as a result of that, because the thrill of the chase often overrides any pain. He loves it, doesn't he?
He really does.
But if he's still limping through that, then it's a pretty serious injury he's got there.
Right.
X-rays quickly reveal how much trouble Billy's in. His hip joint has disintegrated.
I know he's young. I know he's managing okay, but what I'm recommending is something fairly drastic.
Surgery?
Yeah. So what we need to do is actually go in there and remove this area, remove this bone.
And what happens there? There's nothing there.
He can actually function without a hip joint, believe it or not. He'll still walk on 4 legs. He'll actually walk better than he is now. Now, I'm not going to lie to you, what I'm proposing here is, it's a decent operation, it's a big operation. It's going to hurt, but unfortunately we don't really have another option.
Has to be done, has to be done. I can't leave him in pain like this. It's hard to sort of describe. I mean, maybe in some ways I've got a bit more admiration or respect for him of just being able to get through all this without really showing any discomfort or problems, not wanting to be a burden on me. It's pretty amazing.
It's a young dog with what looks like being a bright future ahead of it, if we can get this operation done and if this operation is successful.
You'll be okay.
I'll have to this morning on my way to work at about 6:30 and got home tonight at about 7:30. And normally she's at the back door chomping at the bit to get inside, and found it a bit odd that she wasn't there. So I went around the back and I found her doing this.
I wouldn't believe you'd actually need that muzzle.
Oh yeah.
Zena's owner is out of town, but his flatmate Gareth has rushed in with the trembling Rottie.
She really is displaying the classical signs of a snailbait poisoning, and you do have to act pretty quickly on these guys because as you can see, their system just goes into overload. Come on, girl, it's all right. You just keep calm there. You're being very good. And if it gets too far, they can actually go into seizures. When that happens, it's very bad news. You've had some problems with neighbours, you suspect, before?
Yeah. And it's generally when she's kept outside and she might bark a bit, and I think they're a bit pissed and they try a bit of... I'm assuming last time that she was poisoned.
A phone hookup to the owner confirms the suspicion of poisoning.
To me, it looks as though she's actually had something like a snail bait.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do right now is give her an injection of something called atropine, which is going to hopefully reverse a lot of those effects.
Yeah.
That's all right with you?
So whatever you got to do.
Yeah, all right, no worries, mate. This one's a pleasant injection. The next ones won't be so pleasant, so if you just slowly. The next thing I'm going to do is actually make her vomit. I want to get that stuff out of her stomach so she stops absorbing it, but I'm just trying to prevent her going into a seizure right now. This is what looks quite bizarre, but essentially it's a tablet that we're going to inject. Once this kicks in, she'll want to vomit. Now, that should be enough. I'll get this off. This is going to be a really tough moment for her because she's already feeling incredibly bad. Go on, girl. Perfect, here we go. Come on, girl. Yeah, it does stink, doesn't it? You're in charge of that tape.
Oh, great.
Lucky you. Can you pass me that tape as well?
Zena's vomit is green. Chris now realises she swallowed snail bait containing a deadly poison called metaldehyde. There's no antidote for that.
It's a little bit funny that the guy who owns the dog is a cop, and so is a housemate, and so are all these guys here.
If this dog's been poisoned, the person that poisoned it doesn't know what he's messing with,
He's
does
in a
he?
bit of trouble.
The intravenous route she just doesn't seem to be responding to that, and that's probably a result of the poisoning itself. What I'm actually going to do here looks a little bit strange, but it works. There's a great blood supply to the eye, and that gets absorbed pretty quickly. Yep. It's a bit of an irritant though, so she won't like this.
Paul, Zena's owner, is now racing back to Bondi to be by her side.
Once you get to know her, she's the most beautiful, friendly, lovely-natured dog. She's an absolute... She thinks she's human. She's a baby.
Yeah, Paul?
Yeah, mate.
Hey, mate. What I'm proposing is that we take her over to the emergency centre for the simple fact she's going to probably need to be anaesthetised and also monitored throughout the night. And she also needs something called a gastric lavage.
Zena needs her stomach pumped urgently to purge the toxin from her system.
I'm assuming she's actually been given a fair-sized bait there. So just pull her head. At the moment, it's touch and go.
The seriously ill Rottweiler now needs to be transferred to the clinic's emergency referral hospital, SASH.
Chuck a blanket on her or something?
Yeah, we'll do that in here. She's warm enough, but it's all right.
Zena is in a critical condition.
How you going? You've got Zena. Just to fill you in, Lisa. She came in about an hour and a half ago, and she was traumaing and basically in a fair bit of distress.
So just putting both tubes in. We're trying to fill up the stomach with warm water and then basically empty it out. So trying to physically remove all of the toxin from her stomach.
The thing I'm most mindful of at the moment is the potential for brain damage. We saw Zena's temperature shoot through the roof to above 40 degrees. Now, if it goes over 41 or, heaven forbid, 42, then there's a very real risk of brain damage.
The gastric tube has been removed, and now the vets can only wait and hope.
What we're looking for over the next few hours is basically a reduction in the amount of tremoring she has. We want her whole nervous system to calm down.
The devastated owner finally arrives.
We're just saying that we are doing everything we can.
Paul is a Sydney policeman and he's certain this has been an act of pure malice.
If they've got a beef with me, they've got a beef with something. But to kill the dog, to try to kill the dog, which they would have done if we weren't home. It makes me angry. I don't know what. I've got to be the lowest of lows.
So the next few hours pretty much decide Zena's future. If she can metabolise the toxin that's in her system, keep that temperature down, and begin to show some significant signs of improvement, then the future looks good. If not, if she continues to tremor, if she goes into seizure, then it's bad news. It's very bad news.
Certainly not losing that ability.
Next morning, Chris checks on the malnourished fairy penguin.
Is he dehydrated?
He's a little bit, yeah. It's a bit indignant, really, the whole crop needle, but it's the only way to do it.
There you go, sweetheart.
Paddy the penguin is weak, but he's putting up a fight.
He's feisty.
Chris is analysing a sample of Paddy's poo to find out just how much trouble this guy's in.
Oh, hang on. We've got worms here. Geez, there's so many. The simple fact is he's not eating at the moment. He's under stress, and all these parasites in his gut are trying to eke out an existence as well and trying to suck out as much nutrition as they can. It's quite a chance there that he'd come out second best. It's 1.07 kilos. The zoo is coming to pick him up tomorrow, but in the meantime, we need to find a nice little spot to get his strength back. We're absolutely chockers out the back. There's so many dogs and cats out there that are just going to add to his stress. So I've organised some alternative accommodation. Do you mind if I have someone to stay tonight?
No, that's fine.
You sure?
No, mate, you don't, I don't know if you're taking a piss here, but of course you don't. You don't have to ask me. It's only when we have fucking we want to ship backpackers in for a week that I take issue with it, but, mate, no, not at all.
It's a bird, so...
That's fine.
Boys, just another day at the office.
What have you got, mate? Penguin.
A little penguin for you.
What sort of penguin is he?
It's a little fairy penguin.
So, Brownie, when was the last time you brought a bird home?
That's unnecessary.
Let's hope he's far less complicated than the rest of them, mate.
Pilchards are on the menu, but Chris needs something to help force feed Paddy.
I'll be back in a second. Hello, how you going?
I've lived here for 10 years now, and there's always some strange animal here, a homeless dog or a needy cat or something like that.
Can I just grab some chopsticks, just the wooden disposal one? Is that right?
The penguin is about as strange as it's got recently.
Got him. And yeah, they thought it was just a little bit strange, but never mind. We'll see if he takes it.
Are you trying to
That's my finger he's trying to get.
Paddy's not showing a lot of gratitude for his free dinner, but Chris persists.
I mean, it looks very messy, and it is always going to be a struggle, but right now he doesn't really realise that he's got to eat.
Come on, down the hatch. That's it.
You've almost got to make the decision for them.
The plan now for Paddy is some much-needed rest.
All right, mate. Well, good night. There you go.
How are you, Lisa?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you.
You must be
Better.
happy.
A lot better.
Yeah, come see her. You'll be over the moon.
At the emergency hospital, Zena has made it through the night.
Oh, yeah, look at you wearing your
That tail's going. So she'll still be quite groggy today and even probably into tomorrow.
It's been a close call. Zena could have suffered severe brain damage, but remarkably, she's okay.
And she looks so normal now.
Yeah.
And to see her lying there last night broke my heart. And, but to see her again today, complete turnaround. I can't describe it, ecstatic, relieved. Don't be all camera shy now. You always want to be the centre of attention.
Have I got a surprise for you? Yeah? You like the sound of that? These little flippers are powerful, and even when I'm holding him there, they flick against me, and you feel them. It's like he's trying to slap me. How's that? I like it, isn't it? He's rested up now. I'm pretty keen to see how he performs in water. Also, there's a chance he might actually feed a bit more comfortably in water as well. Never seen a beach like this before, have you? Immediately, he seems more at home. You put him in here, his eyes brighten up, he wiggles those little flippers like he does. He has a shake, a bit of a preen. Thanks. That was nice. What we're seeing right now is a very positive step in the right direction, but it's a very long road to recovery. It's not long, okay? Hey, Barry?
Barry from Wires is ready to escort Paddy to the zoo. Hopefully, after a few weeks of rehabilitation, Paddy will be able to rejoin his mates out in Sydney Harbour.
Hi, Paddy. It's been fun, mate. It's been real.
Thank you.
No worries. All the best. See you, mate.
Having a big operation today, aren't you?
Billy, the 7-month-old Jack Russell, is about to have major leg surgery.
I didn't sleep very well last night, and I don't think Billy did either. And he's getting very affectionate at the moment. I think he's now senses there's something about to happen as well. It's not easy. It'll be okay.
So we've made our cut, we're now working our way down through the muscle layers. The hip joint is covered in a decent layer of muscle. We're now going between those, pushing them aside until we can actually expose the hip joint. And then we go in there, get the top of the femur and basically lop it off. I guess the next step's the money step, because we position our chisel, essentially it's a chisel in there, now get the hammer and bang down, and it takes that head of the femur on one side and leaves the rest of the femur remaining on the other side. So this is the bit that, I guess, fixes the problem. Yeah. Not sure this is the bit that Adam will particularly enjoy watching. It's effective. There we go. So this is the ball of his femur. Now, that should have cartilage covering that the whole way around. Should be nice and smooth and really slide in that hip joint. You can see it's just been eaten away by this problem that he's had. So he's really better off not having that in his body at all.
That bone was just days away from collapsing. Billy has just been saved a lot of pain and permanent disability. Back at home, Zena is showing no signs of her snail bait ordeal.
I'm ecstatic that she's here now, and it looks like we'll be moving out soon. I just can't take the risk that something like this is going to happen again. But I'm so happy that she's here now.
How's our boy? Hey, Billy boy. How you going, matey? You're looking good. You're looking real good.
Next morning, Billy has made a great recovery from his major hip surgery.
He's much more cheerful this morning.
Yeah. I wouldn't expect he's going to try and use that leg too much today anyway. It's very early days.
Absolutely.
Geez, the mouth's okay though. Yeah, I guess we're around 18 hours since the operation, and from being a sooky thing yesterday, he's now a sooky thing today. But he's going really well. He's putting a little bit of weight on that leg, which is probably above and beyond where we thought he'd be. Go on, Kelly. Go on. home pretty soon. Not long.
Oh, good boy. Oh, look at you. Really looking forward to getting home. Have a special treat for him, I think. Hey, what do you think? Hey, we're going to go home? Sleep in your own bed tonight too, hey?
It's been a good holiday for you, hasn't it? You've really regenerated. Look at that. New clothes too.
After 2 weeks at the Taronga Zoo Health Farm, Paddy's ready to be set free, and he's got a new mate for company.
Yeah, they've been getting on very well. They've become good friends in wildlife.
You go there and make some more friends, all right?
Okay,
See you, Paddy.
Somewhere out there in Sydney Harbour, family members are waiting, and these two are impatient to start their journey.
It's just so good to see him go and go so well.
Apparently someone has put their cat into a cat cage and thrown it into Bondi, so into the water.
It's Saturday night and Chris is responding to an emergency call.
Someone's pulled the cat out, police have taken it to the clinic. They're waiting there now, they need to talk to me, but we need to sort this cat out.
Hello, how you going?
Vet students Callie and Jermaine live above the clinic and are always on call.
It was completely drenched from head to toe, and its mucous membranes, so like under its lip, is bright blue.
This cat had no chance if the people that were standing there didn't intervene and actually rescue the cat. Water tonight would have been quite cold, so the problem we've got right now is the fact that we're battling hypothermia and just getting its temperature. We're now on 32.7, 32.8 degrees, when normal is around 38 to 39 degrees, so we're dramatically low, and that's the biggest issue. We need to get direct access into its circulation to deliver some drugs, because right now shock could kill this cat. It's strange just to keep on calling it a cat, but we still don't have a name for it.
The information we received was that we've arrested one person. The person that was arrested had indicated that it was her animal, was her cat, and that she was taking it down to safe and water.
So it sounds like it's a deliberate act. Yeah, okay.
No one knows just how long this poor cat was struggling to survive in the Bondi surf.
Make no mistake, this cat's actually been in the water and been in deep, which is remarkable and horrendous at the same time.
Infection, pneumonia, immediate dangers.
It's in a very bad way. Its lungs are full of fluid. All I'm hearing right now are crackles because there's so much fluid in those airways in its lungs. It's battling to try and get air in, but also it's battling shock. And understandably too, it's been through absolute hell tonight.
I know he was just acting weird, and then I rang up my brother and said, "Do you know what's wrong with him?" And he said, "Last time that happened, it was a tick."
17-year-old Lucas has arrived at the Bondi Referral Hospital SASH with the family Samoyed. The 11-month-old, called Polar, has suddenly lost control of his back legs and can no longer stand.
How long ago could he not walk? When did you notice?
Probably about 3 or 4 hours ago was when I first noticed it.
If a paralysis tick has burrowed into Polar, emergency vet Lisa Chimes needs to find the killer parasite fast.
Basically what happens when they're bitten by a tick is that it causes paralysis, so the toxin goes into the bloodstream and it binds at the ends where the muscles meet the nerves, and it paralyses them. So it usually starts at the back legs and it moves up. It's all right, sweetie. I know. It's life-threatening because it can paralyse the breathing muscles, so they won't be able to breathe anymore. And just give him a cuddle in the hip. It's okay. It's all right, sweetie.
The bewildered Polar has to be transferred to the treatment room.
He's got so much hair, and you need to search in all the little orifices around his bum, in his ears, around the mouth, so he's going to need a full haircut to try and find the tick. It's too early to tell exactly how he's going to do.
Back at the Bondi clinic, Chris is using drastic measures to try to save the cat pulled out of the Bondi surf.
Now, the cat won't like this, but it is for its own good. We're just trying to loosen up the fluid from those airways and using gravity to try and force the fluid out of its lungs.
we've now got our first bit of good news. The temperature's now come up to 33.7. So it is climbing. It's still too early to say that it's actually going to recover, but this is a good sign right now. From what the police have said, the owner of this cat was putting it out of its misery, was giving it what they called a good death. Now, to me, the cat looks okay. It's just one of those ones you just stand back and just shake your head at.
The cat needs rest to overcome the shock.
Might grab a stethoscope.
But when he's moved to the treatment room, he takes a turn for the worse.
Just since we've moved it, the cat has actually gone downhill a little bit, which is a concern. Now, what I'm actually going to do is transfer him to X-ray and just see if we can get a picture of his lungs and just see how much fluid's sitting in there. Right now, I'd say around 60 to 70% of his lungs are actually functioning. This bit of lung is what's keeping him alive. If he was under for any longer, and it may just be a matter of seconds, probably one more breath, one more intake of that salt water would have filled up this area of lung with seawater, and he'd be dead right now. The cat's now in one hell of a fight for its life.
Oh my God, like shearing a sheep. These blades aren't even cutting through half the hair. There's no sign of the tick here, so it's obviously moved on somewhere else. Got to find the big grey female. So we shave until we find it. Good boy, stay there. Look at this.
Vet nurse Victoria is called in to finish the job.
Never get a vet to clip. Oh my God, you've put me to shame. It's all right, honey. I'm in the firing line.
Anti-serum is slowly running through Pola's system to try to neutralise the tick's poison. It works just like anti-venom for snake bites.
All right, sweetie. Okay. He came in roughly 2 to 3 hours ago. He could walk on his front legs. Now he can't walk on his front legs, so the paralysis has extended up to the front part of his body already. She's nearly done.
Boy, you're a good boy. Easy, mate.
I can't imagine how hard it would be to feel like this.
Easy, baby.
Good boy.
Stop.
Pola is becoming more distressed. The anti-serum could take up to 24 hours to start working.
Calm down. So he's started to breathe up a little bit more. His oxygen levels are reading slightly lower than they were before. So at this stage, we're just going to try him with a little bit of oxygen and see if we notice any improvement. Good boy, you're so brave.
Despite the extreme measures, unfortunately, the tick hasn't been found.
We're just going to keep on searching throughout the night. We don't want to stress him out too much more, so now what we're going to do is just leave him in the cage, let him have some rest, give the tick anti-serum some time to kick in and see where he's at again in the morning. I'm sorry for your haircut. Hi. Yes, he says, I'm very embarrassed. Just have a nice sleep, Paula.
Police were alerted to a woman standing at the edge of the ocean pool at Bondi Beach last night by a concerned member of the public. While the man was trying to help the woman, she threw a cage into the water. The man went to retrieve it before noticing there was a cat inside.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Hello, buddy. Gee, looks good.
Next morning, the cat who was left to die in the Bondi surf is more alert, but still traumatised.
Last night he was probably around 60% capacity in terms of the area of his lung that was actually working. Remember this? Yeah. Now he's nudging around 90%, I'd say, just listening to his chest. The lungs sound clear, there's none of those awful crackles that we had last night. I've decided you don't.
Chris and Sarah are trying to tempt the miserable moggy with some chicken.
It's hot chicken too. Let's not underestimate
Yeah.
the effort that we've gone to here. It's the real deal, mate.
He's understandably suspicious of the entire human race.
You ever heard of anything like this before?
No, nothing like this. It's quite horrifying, actually.
It's going to take time, and you can see why.
You poor thing. You're so pretty.
Yeah, he's a nice cat.
Beautiful face.
Big fat face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When he first came in, understandably, he was absolutely beside himself. He was very scared. He didn't trust any people. We couldn't get near him, in fact.
Okay.
There we go. We grab him. Off we go. It's just a horrible thing to think of, that someone actually would throw a cat in the water in its cage at Bondi Beach. It's just horrendous. So hopefully we'll be able to get him a nice new home.
Oh, there you are.
There we go, yeah.
I had a visit in the clinic from a lady just the other day with a bird that is behaving quite strangely. It's attacking people. It's also having its feathers fall out. Now, I need to see this bird in its natural environment, so we're going to go and pay a visit right now.
Hello, Chrissy.
Chris, how are you?
How are you?
Thank you for coming so quickly.
Look at you.
This is Harry.
You're a mess.
He's a shocker, isn't he?
Harry is the pampered pet of the equally colourful Chrissy.
Jeez, he's raw there, isn't he?
He is, yeah. And he's back, look.
That's extraordinary, isn't it? He's totally bare there.
He is. He's
Looks
like a plucked chook.
I was going to say plucked turkey, but chook's
Yeah,
okay.
I know. I can't work out why his feathers are coming out.
It's one of the worst cases I've ever seen. And now the first thing I'm suspicious about is the diet. I need to know exactly what Chrissy's feeding him.
These are his...
Beans?
They are pulses. I soaked them overnight. This is his red palm oil, his seed, his millet sticks, his unsalted cashews. He washes it down with just a little glass of bubbles occasionally with Mummy.
Mummy would insist upon that, wouldn't she? And whatever he doesn't finish, you probably have to finish, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I know I spoil him, but I can't help it. I love him. He's my baby. I could eat him. He's so gorgeous.
But going bald isn't Harry's only problem. He hates Chrissy's husband John and is not afraid to let him know it.
Will you leave me alone? Go on, go.
Tell you what, I hate that parrot. It's got to go. It's either him or me.
Why are you so nasty? Why do you do it?
Harry's hatred of John seems to start out as outright aggression, but then, it turns into something quite dysfunctional.
Now he's having his way with my hand.
Oh, he is too.
You're not jealous, are you, Chris?
No, I've never seen him do it before. What's Chris gonna think of us?
It may look like love is in the air, but Harry's amorous gyrations are anything but.
This is aggression on a new level.
Yes.
Normally he's just flapping his wings, biting you.
Yeah.
But that is the most aggressive and most dominant-minded gesture he can give you. You never see that. That is amazing. You know, it's actually similar to what a dog does when he's trying to show dominance, but I've never, ever seen a bird do that before. It's just bizarre. Now, I'm pretty sure that Harry's violent jealousy towards John is the cause of all this mass feather fallout, but I need to know for sure. I think we should set up a little sting. Okay, so we're almost ready to go. The camera's set up.
Yep.
One final request.
Yes.
Just a little hug, a little kiss, and then we leave. I'll explain later.
In front of Harry.
In front of Harry.
Darling.
Oh.
Oh.
This is going to send him into a frenzy.
Bye, Harry.
Bye, Harry.
Bye. I feel so bad we're playing a trick on Harry, but we've got to find a solution. I mean, if we don't, he's going to be completely bald. Bye, Harry.
Bye, Harry.
Bye.
Paula! Hi, sweetheart. Look at you. Hey, you not happy? He was searched throughout the night for more ticks. They didn't find any others, but he doesn't look like he's got any more. You want to try staying for me? All right, sweetie.
It seems the tick has disappeared, but Paula still has a long way to go.
He's not completely out of the danger zone. I guess his swallow reflex is not perfect. Boy, I know you don't like your mouth being touched. There always is the risk that he can inhale some of his food, so we have to just feed him very slowly. And some chicken. Hey, is this better than dog food? Come on. Ah, it's a bit spoilt. This is a really quick recovery for a tick bite. Honestly, I usually find it takes about 24 hours for us to notice some improvement, and in his situation it's been less than 12 and he's already made a dramatic change. How are you feeling about your new haircut? Hey? Feel like a new man.
But the last step for Polar before he's allowed to go home is to prove he can stand up and walk.
Harry, we're back.
Feathers.
Oh my God. They weren't there when we went.
They weren't there before. What have you done, Harry?
Harry.
Well, let's find out. We've got the camera. So come on over here and let's have a look at what we've found. So we've just left the house. And he's at home alone.
Ooh.
And there he goes. Right there. So while you're out or you're in bed and he's alone, this is what he's doing.
Harry is the total attention seeker. This is self-mutilation for the sympathy vote.
So why is he doing it?
Why?
He's that frustrated that he's got nothing else to take his frustration out on apart from himself. You two are more than just friends. In his eyes.
He's in love with me.
He's in love with you.
But he doesn't want to have sex with me. No.
Whenever he's not with you,
Right.
you're with John, his competition.
And he's smart enough to know that.
He can tell a male from a female
Right.
using his sense of smell.
Don't even try it. Don't even try it.
The question is, how do I stop it? I can't be with him 24/7, can I? I can't take him to bed with me. I can't take him shopping with me. What do I do?
We're going to put him on.
Are you serious?
We're going to put him on Prozac.
Oh my God. And this will work.
Prozac is used all around the world for dogs, cats and birds to ease their anxiety issues. It works by increasing the level of serotonin in the brain, which is the feel-good hormone. They feel better about the world, and I hope, in Harry's case, it's going to stop him getting to that breaking point.
So I've got to add Prozac now to all his food.
Food is another thing. He's eating too much as well. Just give him some seed, small amount. Give him some greens like spinach, broccoli.
He's going to become the biggest loser, isn't he? Well, Harry, it's you and me. Oh, this is as close as I can get.
Collar's too big for you now, huh? You've no hair there.
It's time for Polar to leave Sash.
I'm here to pick up Polar.
The poison from a potentially lethal tick bite paralysed both his front and back legs. Despite his rapid recovery, the Samoyed's still having a bit of trouble.
Hey, it's too slippery. Come on, Paula. Come on, who's that? Come on. Who's there? Hey?
Quentin is the older brother of Lucas, who rushed Polar in to the emergency hospital.
Tell him he's saved his dog's life.
Yeah, definitely did.
You're happy to go home? You are? You're such a good boy.
From now on, Polar must be checked for ticks every day. This has been one lucky escape.
I was really surprised first at how he changed. His coat was completely gone. Like he went from looking like a polar bear to almost a lion. But it's just good seeing him alive, happy, strong.
It might be an idea that they keep him clipped. I won't tell the Samoyed Society that, but it's just going to make their lives a lot easier and help him out and hopefully prevent this happening again.
Yeah, he looks kind of like a poodle. Gross.
I take that as the sound that he just doesn't want to leave us.
No, he doesn't.
We've bonded, haven't we, buddy? Huh?
A week later, and the cat that was dumped in the Bondi surf is still not showing any gratitude.
We can't send him home without a name. What about Huey, short for Houdini?
Oh, definitely. No,
Houdini.
that suits you, doesn't it?
Sort of.
You're going to be Houdini?
Houdini had the great underwater escape trick, didn't he?
I did too.
He's a real character and he deserves a great home, and by the looks of his foster carer, he's certainly going to be getting that. Julie, meet Huey. Here you go, little buddy.
He's beautiful.
He's great.
I'm in love with him.
Already?
Yes, look at him. He's
already snuggling too.
He's a beautiful boy. I think he needs a bit of time to settle. I think he's been tortured and traumatised. But I think he's going to make a beautiful, loving cat.
It's time to go, little buddy. In fact, go now.
This is goodbye. This is goodbye.
I'll miss him.
See you later then.
Elroy! No! Come on! Sorry.
At Bondi Beach, bad boy Elroy is giving his owner Bree a hard time.
My expectations when I bought Elroy were that he would be a quiet bundle of joy that would just kind of laze about. Unfortunately, Elroy is the most energetic dog that I've ever had. Elroy, come here. Sorry. I don't normally let him off the lead because he will just run off and jump on people and eat people's food. He's a nuisance, sorry.
Chicken burger.
Bree's called Chris for a beachside consultation to find out how to control her wayward bulldog.
I'm hoping that Chris can help. I'll do anything. No! Hi, how are you?
Good. Got a southern bulldog here.
A boobook, okay.
Barry from the wildlife rescue group Wires has brought in a sick orphan.
Right, do you want to come through and we'll have a look in? Now, there's no obvious signs of trauma, no signs of fractures in those wings.
Chris's first patient of the day is a seriously malnourished boobook owl.
He hasn't eaten for quite a while and he's been very weak and very distressed, so any nutrition you can get into him is going to be very welcome. And as you can see, he's taking it up beautifully.
Too weak to catch his own food, this little guy is close to starvation.
Give him some fluids underneath his skin.
His skin's so incredibly fragile too. He's got to find a spot.
Perfectly designed, isn't he?
I hope that's a look of thanks.
While Chris has done everything he can for the owl, his patient has passed on more than just thanks. The owl is infested with parasites and he's sharing them around.
Oh, I just hate, they're everywhere. They're just so annoying.
Pretty pale, isn't he? Yep. Sweetheart. As soon as you see white gums in a dog, you know it's an emergency. She's been bleeding in her gums, so any slight bump, she could bleed. She's really in quite a critical state.
At Bondi's referral hospital Sash, emergency vet Lisa Chimes is trying to save Motley, a 12-year-old Shih Tzu cross.
She's just been rushed out the back. We really don't know what's going on. The nurse is out there talking to the owners now, trying to find out some details. In the meantime, I'm just giving her some oxygen to try and support her.
She had surgery about 3 weeks ago she had a blocked anal gland.
Yeah.
Lisa's hoping Motley's owner Helen can give her a clue that might explain Motley's internal bleeding.
We'd noticed she had a few bleeds on her belly, so we took her back up to the vet on Saturday morning. And that's when they did the full blood count, which I just gave you the results for.
She's only got a platelet count of 4 here. Yeah. It's not going to be very useful, is it?
Platelets are particles in the blood that help make it clot.
See, she's got bruising in her ears. So it's possible that the antibiotics she was given after the operation have triggered an immune reaction, which is basically attacking her platelets and causing her to bleed internally. We really are not able to stop the bleeding right now, but we can give her a blood transfusion to support her in the meantime. You just lie down. I'm going to make you feel better, okay?
She's a great little dog, friendly little thing. Hasn't got a bad bone in the body. It's a sad thing, you know. part of your family.
Fight this.
Motley's life now depends on finding a fellow canine that can donate the life-giving blood she desperately needs.
He's too strong now, and you know, it was fine when he was a puppy. How could you not love him?
10-month-old bulldog Elroy is out of control. Owner Bree is hoping Chris will come up with some solutions to his bad boy behaviour.
Simplest and most logical step is the fact we've just got to get rid of those.
They're massive. It's unbelievable.
What we need to do is settle him down.
I know, I'm all for that.
Chris believes Elroy's testes are producing too much testosterone, leading to his dominant, aggressive behaviour.
Elroy!
Castration is often the answer for male dogs who are running amok.
Sorry. Me and my partner definitely do feel differently about Elroy and his masculinity. I would like to have him desexed. He doesn't want him desexed. He likes the look of Elroy being this big, strong, tough guy with rather large testicles. And I think, you know, he might have what he doesn't.
In terms of maintaining his manhood and making him look masculine, there is an option. A few years ago, a guy actually invented something called neuticles. They're essentially silicone balls.
No.
Seriously. Seriously.
Who thinks of these things?
Funnily enough, Americans. Hi there, it's Chris Brown here. I'm a vet from Australia.
Hi, Dr. Brown. How are you, sir?
Oh, not too bad at all. Now, you're the man to talk to if we're looking for silicone testicle implants for dogs.
Yes, sir. This is Nuticle Central.
Chris is talking to Greg Miller, the president of the Neuticles Corporation.
Is there more than one, I guess, model of Neuticle? Can you?
We have four different models: the Nuticle Original, the Natural, the Ultra Plus with scar retard, and the Ultra Plus with scar retard with the epididymis. They come in literally quarter-inch increments. So, I mean, we can get it down to a gnat's knee, I'm telling you.
Elroy's Neuticles come with a price tag of $380.
I think we'll go for the Ultra in the medium size for Elroy. That sounds about right.
We can get that order out today. Orders placed today, go out today.
Oh, sweetie. You're pretty flat, aren't you? Her immune system has gone into overdrive. It's breaking down her platelets and causing her to hemorrhage. Right now, we don't know the exact cause, but she needs a transfusion if she's going to make it through the night.
Luckily for Motley, a donor happens to be right in the clinic. Milo thinks it's home time, but there's been a change of plans.
I need your dog's services.
Sorry, mate. Can't go home yet. Got some more work for you to do. Come on. Yeah, Milo saved probably about a dozen dogs' lives through his donations.
He's such a big boy, isn't he? How big? Dogs have 8 blood groups, but we don't actually have to match their blood types. Now, because of the way their antibodies work, they won't reject the blood on a first transfusion.
You're going to be a big helper for Motley.
So in Motley's case, she's never had blood before. We can get the procedure started straight away.
Really lucky that Milo was actually here when Motley arrived.
Yeah.
Yes, poor Milo's getting that in his neck. Thank you.
Oh, you big brave person, you. Yes. You brave boy.
Thanks to Milo's bravery, the life-saving blood is now ready for Motley.
She's a really sick dog. It's pretty much touch and go now.
Tanya!
Look! Oh, wow,
Meanwhile, at the Bondi Clinic, vet nurse Mel is playing mum to a little runaway.
Yeah, he's pretty lucky. He was in the middle of the road. He looks good. Like he's got a lot of energy, so I know.
The turtle needs a check-over, but right now Mel and Tonya are in no hurry to get rid of their entertaining visitor.
Hello.
How you going?
Hi, I've got a package full, Chris.
That's great. Thank you very much for that. These are some well-travelled balls, that's for sure.
Elroy's nudicles arrive at Chris's house.
Well, they're there. Here they are. So, Elroy's 2 new testicles. They look to be the right size. They feel about right. So, Elroy's big day, well, it isn't too far away. This is the Nunicles instruction manual. It's a very strange piece of paper. I'm sure Customs would have had a good look at this. It's almost like IKEA. They give you numbers to follow and an instruction sheet about the steps to take to make sure you get the implant in the right way. So strange. I think your mates actually got rid of you because you're actually annoying. They said leave home and run away. We're sick of you. I'm just looking for any fractures in the shell, any injuries to the soft part of him. He looks fine though, he looks in great nick. He's not dehydrated at all. You can see his eyes very, very liquid. There's no sign of it being sunken up or anything like that. A lot of people think they just have to live in water and as a result, if they find one, they whack it in a bucket of water, but it can actually be a bad thing for them because being dry is quite good for them. But they love to migrate. They'll walk huge distances to find new patches of water, new territory, and that's where they get into trouble because they have to cross roads and that's when they get hit by cars. Yeah, he's ready to go. You've got the right direction too, it is that way, you're good.
Her blood count's only 12%. The low end of normal's 37% for a dog, so it is severely decreased.
Exactly what's causing the 12-year-old's internal bleeding is still to be determined, but the transfusion will at least buy some vital time.
This must be pretty scary for you, sweetheart, hey? You've had better days. Hey, Milo's going to make you feel better. It's been really handy having Milo here tonight. He's basically saving Motley's life, so if we hadn't been able to collect the blood from him and give it straight to Motley, she may not have survived.
After he donates and gets a big bowl of food. It's the best part about donating, I think.
Hey, Motley.
Hey, Mr. Moon.
Let's see your gums. Oh, they look slightly pinker, I
They are
think.
looking a bit pinker.
Very big day for Elroy and I. I'm actually really excited about it because I feel like it will be just so much relief at home and on our walks, and I'm hoping it will make a difference, yeah.
Elroy wouldn't be quite so enthusiastic about his trip to the clinic if he knew just what was in store.
It wasn't hard convincing your boyfriend that silicone was the way to go?
Not at all.
Just for the simple fact that he just had to be done.
I think every man likes silicone anyway, but he loves his personality, but he does realise that he's out of control.
Yeah.
So it's definitely time to do something about it, isn't it, mister?
You are a wild child, aren't you?
That's them.
That's them there. Now,
They're kind of, I don't know.
don't say small. Just don't say too small.
They do look smaller than his,
They're
though.
slightly compressed because they've been in air freight.
Okay, cool.
All right, Elroy, we've got everything sorted now.
She's even too crazy to say goodbye to, aren't you? Huh? Goodbye. Bye, little one.
It's so loud.
While Elroy's about to say goodbye to his manhood, vet nurse Mel is about to say goodbye to another year.
Oh, what a shame. Another go at that? This is what I like about this place, good hygiene. It's perfect.
Oh, damn.
Mel, you've had your moment. Time for Elroy to have his.
From cake to cags.
That's it, let's go. I guess the thing is that even though it's a slightly comical operation, there's a very serious side to it because he's going to be very tricky to get under anaesthetic and then keep her under anaesthetic.
All right.
Okay, that's all fine.
Because of Elroy's boisterous behaviour, it's an operation that has to be done.
I just don't really want to give him too many sedations to settle him down because it's actually going to make the anaesthetic a little bit more dangerous for him. Hey, buddy, come on. You behave.
Elroy, good boy.
Elroy, come on. He seems to sense the critical moment, doesn't he? All pretty regulation, really. Can't say it's going to be a disappointment to see you asleep, but you'll be fine, mate. You'll be all right. So we've got our first testy there. Now, normally I'm just taking it out, but now I've got to be pretty conscious of actually getting it out and leaving enough room to get it back in as well. Yeah. So that's one out there. All right, Mel, can you get me the first of the nudicles thing?
Yes.
Okay. All right. If any wives are sitting at home looking at this, thinking that maybe their husband could go through a similar thing, think again. It's not that easily done, thank you very much.
You can sympathise with plastic surgeons.
The operation's turning out to be very delicate, and the nudicles are a snug fit.
I think I said it before, it's a simple matter of pulling one out and putting it straight back into the place it came from, but we probably almost overestimated his size, and it's proving quite a challenge to get this one in. So now we've got the nudicle in place, we're just going to stitch it closed. It's just so tricky though, because everything's so slippery, and it's made the surgery actually very, very difficult. So we're 50% there, one down, one to go. Now with the benefit of experience, this one should hopefully be a little bit easier.
Elroy probably doesn't care right now, but he's a pioneer. Chris believes it's the first nudicles operation performed in Bondi, possibly even Australia.
It's not often you can claim to be the first to do anything in Bondi, so Elroy should parade these with pride. This is the final part where we're going to push the last one down into place. Once we've done these stitches, then we'll let Elroy wake up, and from there then he's going to wake up to find something has changed, but in a way something stayed the same as well.
Motley, hi, sweetheart. You're looking a bit happier this morning, hey?
At SASH, the blood transfusion has helped Motley make it through the night.
Motley was a very sick little dog, and without Milo's blood, I don't think she'd be here this morning. I don't know if he realises what he's done, but he's a bit of a hero in our eyes. All right, let's get you an ultrasound.
Milo's blood has bought little Motley some precious time. But sadly, the ultrasound reveals chronic heart disease. Shortly after, Motley lost his battle to survive.
This is a lot more picturesque than those main roads, isn't it? Huh?
Chris is now returning the wandering turtle to his natural habitat at nearby Centennial Park.
Beautiful spot. Looks like Kakadu. Birds, ibis, you know, now a turtle. There you go, mate.
Hopefully the roaming reptile
Water's down that way.
will stay put this time and keep clear of major roads.
He's back where he belongs. Pretty slow entrance, but he's happy in there now. Look who's here. He's in about first gear compared to fifth gear normally, but he's...
Still groggy from the anaesthetic, it's a very subdued Elroy who's reunited with his owner Bree.
He's very sleepy.
This is not Elroy. Oh my God, I can't believe how still he's been.
Different dog, isn't it?
I have never seen him this still.
Unfortunately, that's more to do with the drugs still being in his system rather than the lack of testosterone, but
I understand that.
Over time, this should be the Elroy you get used to. Do you think when you get home, your boyfriend could actually tell the difference?
I don't think he'll notice a difference. I think he'll be really happy, actually.
Yeah.
So...
He'll be able to walk in with pride.
Yes. Most importantly, with pride. Yeah. Come on, Elroy.
See you, mate. He doesn't want to go now.
He doesn't want to go.
Well, he's left something behind, hasn't he? He's gone.
Good boy. Come on. You gonna go up? Come on.
At the Bondi Clinic, vet nurse Tonya has arrived for work with her pet ferrets, Baby and Jack.
Sarah brings in her dog every day, Neil brings in his dogs. I bring my ferrets and Mel brings in her rats and her bunnies, so it's awesome. We all get to hang out with each other. It's a really good environment.
Good morning, Mrs. Carswell. It's Neil here from the vet hospital. I'm just ringing to let you know I'm just coming round shortly to pick up Charlie, and Dr. Chris Brown will be coming in to say hello to you.
How do you think Charlie's going? To me, he looks he's certainly getting worse.
He's definitely deteriorating.
Neil and I are picking up little Charlie today. He's a delightful little 9-year-old King Charles Cavalier Spaniel, but he's got a really serious heart condition, and there's no cure. It's got that real tropical feel, doesn't it?
Charlie's owner is a favourite at the clinic, simply known as Mrs. Carswell.
Hello, Mrs. Carswell. It's Neil here.
Hey, Charlie, you're our boy.
The sick Charlie and his mate Mr. Bojangles are the centre of the 88-year-old's existence.
Just seems though Mrs. Carswell can't actually hear us.
Just coming. Yes. Hello.
Neil and the other staff often run errands for Mrs. Carswell, and we've even made up this chart so she can follow all the medication that little Charlie needs.
And the sugar and the Panadol you wanted.
Oh,
I'll
bless
pop
your
those
heart.
in for you, OK?
Thank you so much.
I'll just pop those there. She's an amazing lady. She really takes great care of those pets. It's a bit worrying for me, I suppose, sometimes, because I worry whether she's taking care of herself.
In the past, Charlie and Mrs. Carswell have battled for dominance.
Very regal.
Oh, yes, you know, he's very bossy little bastard, you know, to start off with. But the older he got and the more he needed affection and realised that he did depend on me.
Yeah.
Now, Mrs. Carswell is as eccentric as they come, but an absolute joy to be around. You never quite know what you're going to get with her.
I think he's existing on a will to live.
Charlie has a leaking heart valve which can't be fixed. It's now just a matter of time.
Okay.
Come on, Charles. All right, that's it.
Each week we take Charlie to the clinic to drain all that fluid from his abdomen. It's just to try and relieve the pressure on his circulation because his heart is already struggling so much. He's so special, and obviously so is Mrs. Carswell. And yeah, we go that extra mile for them. Come on, sweetie, come on. Good girl, good girl, good girl.
At a nearby park, Angus is taking his 8-month-old puppy Rosie for a walk.
I can tell the little flippers start to get tired.
Every day, that's becoming harder and harder for this severely deformed golden retriever.
The problem with her paws has deteriorated. I can see that she's finding it more difficult to walk on those paws.
2 weeks ago, Angus saw an ad selling the dog for $100. He soon found out why she was going so cheap.
I knew something had happened to her paws. I wasn't sure whether it was trauma or maybe a congenital thing. The owner at that time told me that he hadn't fed her properly, and so I was perhaps wondering whether it might be rickets.
Despite her disability, Angus fell in love with Rosie.
I think it was a case of love at first sight. She chose me and I chose her. In terms of Rosie's future, she certainly can't exercise as a normal dog, she can't get upstairs, and I just think those things are going to get worse.
Following a check-up at the Bondi Clinic, Rosie has been referred to the Small Animal Specialist Hospital, SASH.
Come on. So I'm determined to do what I can for her. Good girl, Rosie.
Oh, there it is. Stuck right across the back of his palate.
At SASH, vet Lisa Chimes is dealing with a Springer Spaniel in serious trouble.
Ouch, are you going to let me grab that without sedating you?
Obus has a bone wedged in the back of his throat. Getting it out is going to be difficult and painful.
Generally, dogs don't let you put your hands in their mouth, particularly if there's something stuck in there and they're distressed about it. So often they will have to be sedated for it, but Obus seems like he's got a pretty good nature, so hopefully we'll be able to do it conscious.
It's okay, darling.
Good. Nice to meet you, Andrew.
Nice to meet you. Come on in.
Okay, sure. And this is Rosie.
Look at those legs. Come on, let's have a look at you.
At the Bondi Referral Hospital Sash, Angus meets specialist surgeon Andrew Marchevsky to see what can be done for Rosie's deformed legs.
What you're going to find with her is we'll end up putting some frames on her legs and essentially breaking a leg or cutting it, the bone, which will allow us to sort of gradually straighten it out and lengthen it. But as I say, we'll take some x-rays and we'll see. It's serious in the sense that I think it's life-threatening if it goes on for much longer. She won't be able to walk around, she'll be in chronic pain, and from an ethical point of view, you just wouldn't be able to keep her alive.
X-rays show Rosie has a bone disease which has damaged her growth plates. This is an extreme case.
The good side about all this is there's something we can do. The downside is it can be quite expensive.
Yes, yes.
And I think your $100 dog is going to turn into something a little bit more than that.
How am I going to get the money together for this operation? A very, very good question, but I'm going to have to talk to family and friends. I'm going to have to go into debt.
Oh.
Okay, see you, Rosie. See you later.
Come on, Chookin. You and me. Come, Rose. Good girl. Good girl.
You know, it's a lifetime commitment taking on an animal, and it's something now that I feel I have to take some responsibility for.
There we go. All right, hon, we're going to make you feel a lot better.
In the treatment room, Lisa and Nurse Victoria are struggling with the stuck bone.
Okay.
Nothing is working to dislodge it, and Obus is becoming more and more distressed. Lisa doesn't want to sedate him, but she's running out of options.
It's okay, darling. Good boy, Obus. Good boy. It's pretty stuck. Good boy. Oh, you're very brave.
Oh,
very brave.
Look at that.
Oh my God. No, you don't want to eat it again.
It's pretty sharp on the edges. There's a bit of controversy over whether you give a bone to a dog, but definitely no cooked bones. And with raw bones, I would be supervising the dogs while they're eating it and give the bones according to their size.
Good boy, good boy, good boy.
We've got little aliens swimming in water, but they are actually intestinal loops. Each of those lines there is 1 centimetre, so we've got 1, 2, 3 centimetres of fluid. He's got a leaking valve, so each time his heart pumps blood, some leaks back through that leaking valve. As a result, he gets a build-up of fluid in his circulation, which you can see here. That's why he looks as though he's had a few too many pies down here. But that's just all fluid. Now, this is actually going to cause a bit of coughing too, so we don't want to do it for too long. It's a very big heart, at least 8 centimetres across for a small dog. I mean, it's almost a balloon that's sitting in his chest. Sorry, puppy. He's just got this huge heart that pushes up on his lungs.
So how big should it be, Chris?
Probably 2/3 that size, even half that size. Okay. His heart's just really doing its best to keep up, and unfortunately it just can't really keep up enough.
The motorised suction pump is like a vacuum cleaner, sucking out nearly 2 litres of fluid from the spaniel's bloated belly. It gives Charlie real breathing space, keeping him alive.
Just always in amazement at this process. He's only 8 kilos, yet Charlie each week produces over 1 litre, almost 2 litres of fluid. It's amazing he has the energy to even produce that fluid, let alone keep on living. He's just a little wonder.
It is hard watching him deteriorate. You know, he's such a lovely dog, he had lots of personality. It makes me sad just thinking about it.
Oh, look at you.
In the operating theatre at Sash, Rosie's major surgery is about to begin.
In a month or so, she wouldn't have a life because she just wouldn't be able to walk around. This surgery will be life-changing for her.
Her owner Angus has managed to come up with the $6,000 for this complex operation.
All right, let's go. When I'm actually breaking her leg or cutting the bone, that's got to be just right.
During this extreme operation, Rosie's front legs will be broken.
If you were a human, you'd be in hospital for weeks after this. So it's very major surgery, especially for a young dog. So we're just about to put the frame on the bone.
Metal rods will be drilled through both legs into adjustable frames. Rosie's legs will then be slowly realigned and straightened.
In a couple of days' time, we'll start winding this, and so that will take that angle of that ring from there, like that, and that will also change the angle of the leg from that to that.
It's not enough for Andrew to be a specialist surgeon. He has to be a whiz in geometry as well.
That alignment's pretty good, so that's about right height-wise, so drop it a bit. Very fiddly work, yeah, but you can overdo it. You sort of become obsessed with making it look perfect, and it's just not going to happen. I've learnt that. I'm not perfect.
2 hours later, and Rosie's new leg frames are finally in place.
So now what I'm going to do is break this radius so that we'll be able to straighten the leg out gradually over the next couple of weeks. 3.5 hours later, and it's gone very well. I mean, this part of it's finished, absolutely, but as I said, Angus's part starts now.
I think it's fair to say it's probably the most exclusive residence you're likely to do a house call to. It's very flash.
After treating Charlie, Chris is off to see another senior citizen at historic Vaucluse House.
I always get nervous whenever I see my special lady.
Yes.
Well, there she is now. Let's try and catch her and see how she's looking up close. Oh, good step. That was a good step. Okay, you want pace? I'll give you pace.
Naomi, who cares for the animals on the estate, has asked Chris to check up on their resident pensioner.
I just think it's incredible how old Lady is. Goats in the wild will only live to around 7 years of age, whereas Lady's 18 or even 19. She's got to be some sort of record breaker. Oldest goat in Australia, oldest goat in the world, who knows, but she is incredible. So looking over her, she's actually doing okay, but the issue seems to be down here, in this lower part of her leg here. So that joint is basically seized up.
Full difference.
Yeah, I mean, that one's quite loose.
Floppy almost in comparison.
Exactly, whereas that one's just rock hard. So that'd be arthritis. You can actually see how her front hooves are bent over, which makes her walk like a muscle man. Now, the issue with that is that she's actually going to start wearing down just one side of the joint, and eventually arthritis is going to take hold, and she may, in the future, just not be able to walk at all.
Oh, you poor thing.
At Sash, Rosie's epic operation is over. Her deformed legs have been broken. Now her long road to recovery begins.
She's going to be sore, so we'll be making sure that she's got plenty of pain relief on board, that she's got plenty of padding around the pins and the leg. Can you grab me the bolt cutters, please?
Yep. Ooh.
The metal frames on Rosie's legs will need to be adjusted every day for the next 3 weeks. It will then take the fractured legs another 6 weeks to heal.
A long journey for Rosie and Angus. To be honest, I think Rosie will probably cope with it better than Angus will, but we'll see.
Oh, wow. Rosie.
Hey, Rosie, who's here?
Oh, Rosie.
So we just want to... She gets stuck. You just need to sort of move her little...
Despite being warned, Angus is shocked by Rosie's condition.
I'm a bit spun out, to be honest with you. God, she's been through a lot. Oh, no. Sorry. I didn't expect to cry. I don't cry very often, so I'm sorry. Okay. You're handling this better than me, darling. That's... I bet you weren't last night, though. You're a good girl, Rosie. You're a good girl. Oh, darling. Naomi, you've learnt. Look at that.
I used to just go for the horns. I now realise it's more of a matter of body weight.
There's no point being gentle around here. So we've confirmed it's arthritis, but she's still got one underlying issue. She's walking unevenly, so we need to do something about that. Yeah, okay, look, I agree. She doesn't look as though she loves the whole power tool idea. She's almost giving this look, what are you doing now? But it will help because it's going to even off those hooves and make sure she distributes her weight evenly.
We do this quite often on cows.
Okay.
And occasionally on horses. They put up with the noise. But yeah, we could say it's an Australian first on a goat.
At Sash, Rosie is back on her feet.
She's a great little patient, and she's lovely and great temperament, and she's a good candidate for this sort of surgery because she is so accepting. You're not a lightweight, Rosie.
Her legs are now being straightened in metal frames, and surgeon Andrew is about to show Angus how to adjust them at home.
I've got a little wrench here which you're going to have to take home with you. You're going to be a bit of a rigger ward, aren't you?
Now, I've got to go clockwise,
That's
so
right.
We're going this way. So
That's
I've got
right.
the one there, so
Yep.
if I just... 1, 2...
And you've got to make sure you're going the right way. Sounds a silly thing to say, but you don't want them getting worse.
Yeah, okay. Here we go. Here you are, Rosie. Time to go home.
You are just looking at me going, why am I lying on the lawn? What was that sander and what has today been all about?
At Vaucluse House, Chris has just finished giving Lady a power tool pedicure. Hopefully, it'll help alleviate her serious arthritis.
Let's test out the new shoes, huh? Come on, girl. Up you get. Up you get. There we go. Very flash.
Oh, look at that running.
See, she's going okay, though. I think she's definitely moving more freely.
I'd have to agree.
The pedicure seems to have worked. Lady will also be getting dog arthritis tablets hidden in her favourite food, green beans.
Oh, she can't resist, can she?
You're a healthy living, green eating bean muncher, aren't you?
Before he leaves, Chris catches up with one of his former pets now living at the luxury estate, Mercedes the chicken.
You ever seen a chicken hypnotised?
I've heard that you can do it.
Yeah. So what you do is you lie them flat, you tuck their head in, and you just stroke them down the middle. Hypnotising chooks is a real art form. They might look as though they fight it a little bit at the start, but eventually they enjoy it. They go into this deep state of relaxation. And I've got to say, Mercedes is one of my best subjects.
You can do this to any chicken.
Yep. Mercedes, you're making a goose of yourself. Get up.
I'll just clean up that little wound a bit.
At home, the convalescing Rosie is getting around-the-clock attention.
Good girl.
Angus's other dog, Gus, keeps a constant vigil by her bedside.
Sometimes I find myself smiling because she looks like she's got little, floaties on it. So, and that's the truth. It's just, it's really weird sometimes. Sometimes you feel very sad, and then sometimes you have to smile. Like that. Rosie, good girl. As each day goes by, I'm seeing a little bit of an improvement. I don't think she's in a lot of pain, so that's been a real relief for me too. Rosie.
After Charlie's sleepover at the clinic, Chris is escorting the King Charles Spaniel home to reunite with Mrs. Carswell and Mr. Bojangles.
Hey, Charlie boy, look who's here.
Oh, look at my little Charlie.
It turns out the octogenarian has plans to never forget her little spaniel, just like her last dog, Mickey.
Mickey's in there, and I say hello to Mickey in the morning, He's never replied, never. Remember this vividly, the man walking up those steps with this dog in his arms.
And it was your Mickey.
My Mickey. And it was so nice to get him back even like this.
Yeah. Apparently he was stuffed by one of the museum
taxidermist, so he's got this sort of rather aggressive, wild tone. But the taxidermist didn't realise he's a family pet, not a wild animal.
He's dropping a bit of hair.
Oh, he collects the dust, obviously. I think he'd survive a vacuum cleaner job. Would you do the same thing with Charlie?
Absolutely, because they're like people to me. I mean, you don't do that to people either. Hardly. It's only having a house full of sort of corpses. Wouldn't that be something? Oh dear. But you're gonna stick around, be my buddy, aren't you, darling? My little doggy.
Alright, let's take a look at him. Feisty. Lorikeets are also really, really good biters too.
Good Samaritans Brian and son Tom have found a rainbow lorikeet hopping around their backyard. The indignant bird was almost breakfast for their puppy.
Can you think why, if a dog was chasing, why it wouldn't just fly off?
Honestly, because he just can't. And I think the real trick here is working out why he can't run away. He looks as though he's got the muscles to fly.
Yep.
He looks as though he's got the will to fly, but for some reason he just can't.
What Chris needs to know is whether his noisy patient is grounded forever.
Either he's flown into a window and ended up in their backyard, or he's picked up a condition that a lot of rainbow lorikeets get, which causes this very strange paralysis where they just can't fly. They look good. I mean, he's almost fat when you look at him. He's in that good a condition. If he can't fly, he can't get away. So these guys have done exactly the right thing in bringing him in because he's dog food, really, running around like he is.
Meanwhile, at the Bondi Referral Hospital sash, 7-year-old Zoe has been rushed in, suffering from a snake bite.
I know. Definitely killed by something, dog or owner.
The Bichon Frise is being looked after by vet Darren Foster and emergency nurse Jess.
Are the owners here with the dog?
Yes, he's out at reception.
I was at work and my wife was at home and she just went outside for some reason and the little snake was curled up and Zoe started foaming from the mouth.
Zoe was attacked by a deadly red-belly black snake. If she doesn't receive antivenom soon, she'll suffer an agonising death. The anti-serum needs to go straight into the bloodstream via a catheter, but Zoe's resistance is making it almost impossible to save her life.
Birds are tricky because they're so fragile and they're great actors.
Chris is hoping that antibiotics and rest will get the lame lorikeet back in the air.
They will hide any signs of sickness for as long as possible until it's just too much for them. So pretty much if a bird's sick, it's critical.
For now, the screaming patient will be put safely to bed in a cage at the back of the clinic. Well, that's the plan.
Escaping.
Vet nurse Neil Coy is not amused.
Hey Neil,
Did you have a lorikeet?
where's it got out?
Yeah, I just don't know where it was put.
Yeah, it's in there.
Okay. It's in here now.
Get that bloody camera off me. Sure, it got out, okay? Yeah, I know it got out. Is that my fault? Probably, okay? Lorikeet fits through cage. Small difference, but it does make a big difference in the end when he gets out and makes his leap of faith. But is he okay? Can you certify he's now okay? Yes, he's fine.
The question now is whether the escape artist will ever be airborne again.
It's okay.
It's touch and go. She's in a bad way. She's copped a really serious head trauma.
A hit-run victim has just arrived at the clinic.
Her circulation, it's deteriorating. So we've just got to stabilise that, get the best out of it we can. Okay, so I've got the catheter in there. It's going to allow the drugs to get in there a lot more quickly. Come on, buddy, come on, mate, come on. Okay, so you've seen him on the road?
Yes, and the others were just standing there.
Dawn Hardy and her daughter Fiona rescued the road accident victim.
Someone actually ran over its whole head and then just kept driving and just left it there. And they just said, it doesn't matter because he's just going to die. And I went, you can't say that.
Now, has he got worse since you've been with him?
No, just wants to bite me.
Just wants to bite you. It's the thanks you get, isn't it? You've done the right thing in bringing him in, though, so thank you. You might have saved his life. It's just incredible that someone could run over a little dog like this and not even stop.
Chris administers morphine to control the pain and large doses of cortisone to limit the swelling on the brain.
He's just got to, I guess, trust us right now to know that we're trying to do the best we can for him. Go on, mate. That bruising, that area there should be white. He's got an enormous amount of trauma to his skull. I mean, it's amazing he's actually alive. He's a walking miracle, or a lying one right now. And, that blackness there could even be rubber off a car tyre, so... And it looks like most of the impact's gone through his skull there, but the wheels managed to find a way to hit there as well.
With the dog's life hanging in the balance, Chris hasn't had a chance to check the sex. Turns out it's a little girl.
See that stiffness and that rigidity? It's a really upper motor neuron, so, and that could be skull trauma, it could be high-level spinal injuries up here. It may just be all shock, and just as a result of the head trauma, which would be great. Can we just get that scanner in here, Neil?
Neil scans for a microchip, which contains details for the terrier's owner. At last, some good news.
Bye now. The dog's registered, but they're not able to contact the owners yet, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
I'm just going to have a look here and see if there's a response to the light here. There's a slight response there, not a huge one though. The fact there is a response there, I guess, is a positive, but there's a lot more negatives than there are positives right now. How you going? Stephen, is it? How you going? I'm Chris.
Owner Steve Duggan has finally been found.
Bad little bit of time, haven't we? Yeah. All right, do you want to come through and we'll have a look at Jackie for you?
Oh, Jackie.
She had a massive impact on that car, and I mean the fact she's even here is a minor miracle in itself. But she's smelling you now.
Hello, Jackie. Jackie.
The way she responded to Steve's smell, I thought was just amazing. She was using every last bit of energy to get up and see him and just be close to him. And then Steve tells me she's just 14 months old. Jackie's his best buddy, and that's cruel.
I got her as a companion because I live by myself. I wanted a dog to have a bit of company. I know, Jax. I know. Oh, you're so excited to see me, aren't you, Jackie, eh? Unconditional love.
Going to be brave this time?
This is Darren and Jess's second attempt to insert a life-saving catheter.
So just try and tap the head to take the emphasis off what's going on the leg. All right.
Without the catheter, Zoe won't get anti-venom she desperately needs.
Hey buddy, you're looking a bit brighter though, aren't you? All right, you come through with me.
It's crunch time for the grounded lorikeet. After rest and antibiotics, he needs to prove he can use those wings.
If trauma, like flying into a window or being hit by a car, was the cause of his inability to fly, that should have worn off by now. So when I get him out in a second and see if he can fly, if he can't, it's a virus. If he can, it looks good. Okay, so let's see what he can produce here for us. It's not a bad little effort. As far as test flights go, it's not too bad. So he probably didn't really enjoy being interrupted like that, but that's not a bad little effort. Even though that's pretty good news, the fact he can make those little flying bursts, I'm not going to release him straight away. The simple fact that once he's released, he's going to be very hard to catch again, and his strength isn't there yet. So let's give him a few more flights. This can become his little practice aerodrome. Once he can make good flying efforts and fly good distances, then he can go. Police are now investigating Jackie's hit run.
Steve's friend had taken the terrier for a walk and tied her up outside a local hotel for just a few minutes. Security camera vision shows a stranger untying the terrier and stealing her lead.
Why do you steal a $3 leash? It's just criminal.
Oh, you know, Jax.
Thank you.
Obviously, she can't be anything like she was before.
Mm.
But I'm just worried about her quality of life. You know.
I'd love to be able to just give Steve some sort of reassurance that everything's going to be okay, but it's just not really possible right now.
Stay there, Jackie. You go have a sleepy.
As Steve says goodbye to Jackie, he knows his best friend needs a miracle.
Good puppy. Good.
She's had a pretty traumatic day. She's been bitten by a snake, and then she's been dragged to one veterinarian, and then she's been taken to another place, and she's been left here, and now we're sticking needles in her. And she doesn't have any idea why we're doing it or what we're doing it for.
Over at Sash, Zoe the snake slayer is fighting the catheter. Without it, she can't get the life-saving anti-venom she needs so urgently. This is Darren's third attempt.
You might need to get somebody else to give us a hand, because she's going to be silly.
Yeah, she's going to pull off.
This time, Darren calls for backup.
Good girl. Little pinch. Good girl.
A bit more relaxed now.
Good girl. Good girl.
Good puppy.
Now Zoe's anti-venom treatment can finally begin.
Attach her life-saving anti-venom. At the moment, we're just about to give her some methadone so that she'll be more comfortable, because her muscles are breaking down at the moment, and that can be quite painful.
Good girl.
Good girl.
Hey, you didn't feel that one.
So that'll make her sleepy, a little bit more relaxed, and she'll have a nice, comfortable day.
Back at Bondi, Jackie has stabilised enough for Chris to carry out some crucial x-rays.
3, 1, 2, 3. So Jackie's improving. She's somehow beaten the head trauma, the concussion, and now she's doing her best to convince me that she can beat this whole thing. But there's one final test, and that's the x-rays. We've got to work out what's going on with that spine.
X-ray.
I think the thing I find most touching about Jackie at the moment is the fact that she can't see, but the only comfort she's got is that she can smell things, and you go near and she has a sniff of you and she has a little lick of you as if to say, you know, are you helping me now?
It's not looking good.
That's a really serious spinal fracture there. So she's got a severed spinal cord. As if she hasn't been through enough already.
Exactly.
I mean, she's tough, but she's not that tough.
She's fought so hard as well.
Yeah,
Seemed very fair.
You can't work miracles.
It's not fair.
I'm sorry, girl. I'm sorry, you're a little fighter though, aren't you, huh? You want to hang on. You really do. I guess what's infuriating in this situation is that she was just doing what she felt natural. She was let off the leash by some idiot who decided to take matters into his own hands. Who knows why? And she's the victim of some person's stupidity and thoughtlessness. And, you know, he doesn't have to see this. He doesn't have to deal with the sight we see here with this little girl in trouble, and it's senseless.
It never gets any easier. In fact, it sometimes gets harder, particularly as you get to know the animal and the people involved. We know with the animal that we would never let them suffer, but it's really hard for the people. That's what breaks your heart. It breaks my heart.
Jackie's owner, Steve, decides to put his best friend out of her pain. It's been a traumatic day for Sarah, but tonight she has one final appointment she would never cancel.
Vegas! Hello! Oh, his hands.
However tough the day, puppy school never fails to lift her spirits.
I actually get really happy again with puppy school. It's like a buzz. People get puppies with the intention that they're like little stuffed toys, and they're not, because there's poo coming out, they're barking and chewing.
Oh, it's very full on. Constantly retrieving my dog from attacking other dogs.
They're full on. It's like bringing a baby into your household, and we just get people at their wits' end. They help me.
And just give them some time out.
Yeah, so what you've got to do is scream like a puppy. So it's
See how they stop? Okay, that's what you've got to do. Okay, it's really important that you scream like a puppy.
Some of them are really good, but I tend to get the naughty ones in my class.
Harvey gets up to pretty much everything he's not supposed to. His favourite thing at the moment is chewing just the left leg of my jeans. I was considering buying a new sofa. That's on hold. He's ripped the other one to shreds at the moment, so he won't sleep in his own bed. He just gives you those little eyes and you think, oh, it's okay, you don't need to learn that. That's Harvey, what can I say? When you gotta go, you gotta go. And twice, apparently. Didn't quite get it all out first time round.
Tonight there's a big test. The puppy's owners need to get their pupils to come to them and then sit down. Surely that can't be too hard.
That's what she wants to do.
Good boy. And what a good
Bad boy Yogi gets it half right. Little Winston's quite happy to come, but still not sure about the sit bit.
Good boy. We're all right. We're maybe a C+ or a B right now, but we'll get up there.
But Harvey is surprising his mum Maureen with the perfect performance.
You can see everyone bonds with their animals and each other, and a lot of them actually can become friends. Now the puppy school's over, I'm absolutely exhausted, so I think it's time for me to go to bed. Come on then, let's go.
Nice. Let's go and see her, will we?
Right, Zoe, it's time for you to go home. Come on, sweetie.
Just a day after her showdown with a deadly snake, and Zoe is back to full health.
Come and see everyone who's come to see you. Big family reunion.
What do you reckon, Mate? Can you see Zoe? Let's see if you can see her. Go on, Zoe. Zoe! Hello!
It's a hero's welcome for Zoe the snake slayer, who overcame a red-bellied black snake and a chronic fear of needles.
She looks just so good. I can't believe how well she looks, considering what she's just been through. Amazing, just amazing. Harvey, it's bedtime. Be nice with it, please.
It's time to check up on Harvey after graduating from puppy school.
Harvey, you can't sleep like that, Harvey.
There still seems to be some chewing issues.
I'd like to have a new sofa one day. Just don't know when that one day will be. New sofa? A few years yet, Mum, apparently. Harvey's ready for the weather. I love him. He's amazing. All right, you can't see. There you go. Come on.
I think someone just recognised you up there. Are relatives of yours?
A few days later, the lucky lorikeet that was found hopping around a local backyard is ready for release. The normally noisy bird is strangely silent as it's cleared for takeoff.
Oh, it's biting me. There's no such thing as gratitude in the wildlife world, unfortunately. 1, 2, 3, go. And he's away. Put so much work in, they just go so quickly, but it's good. And he flew incredibly well there. So I'm sure he'll have a good time.
Come straight through. Geez, look at that.
His eyelid split open, you can see. Yep. He saw my son, got very excited, and just bolted down the stairs and across the street.
Cody, a young Labrador, has just been run over by a car.
He's copped a fair knock 'cause he's got a bit of hemorrhage around the eyes there. His gums are fairly pink there. I wouldn't say they're a rich pink, but they're pink enough for me right now. Heart rate's obviously very high, just because of the stress, but lung sounds are okay, and you can see that general respiratory rate isn't too bad. He is panting, that's a result of the shock. Yeah, I just can't believe these tyre marks here. And that's all rubber along there and then down here, so geez, it doesn't look as though the wheel's gone over him, but it's certainly given him a pretty big bump. His oxygenation's at 94%, 95%. It's a little bit low, it should be above 96.
Low oxygen levels can be a sign of internal bleeding. If it isn't stopped immediately, it can quickly kill.
Cody has been hit quite hard by that car. If that hit's been big enough to sever a blood vessel in the abdomen, then that could be life-threatening over the next hour or so.
It's all right.
Felix.
Meanwhile, at Bondi's referral hospital Sash, a 5-month-old Burmese kitten has just been admitted with a mystery illness.
Well, Felix was absolutely fine until yesterday, and this morning he didn't eat his breakfast, and he was really down, and he's usually a lively little kitten, and his skin was all dry, and then he started retching and vomiting and diarrhoea and just being really floppy.
He's reacting when I'm touching his kidneys. Felix is in a lot of pain. Cats are normally really stoic animals, and he's yelping out when I'm feeling his abdomen, so he's in a lot of pain over there.
Have you eaten something not nice?
It's possible that he could have swallowed something. He's a young cat, and kittens play with things, so...
Indoor, outdoor.
Yeah, they ingest lots of different things, and it's very possible. I can't feel anything obvious there, so he's a very sick little kitten. Yeah.
Felix is your friend, isn't he? You're a bit sad as well.
Let's just hope it's something that we can fix.
Listen, they've got him on the table. They're giving him a bit of oxygen.
Cody, the Labrador, has been hit by a car, and Chris is worried about internal bleeding.
Basically, my concerns are the fact that our oxygenation level is low. His breathing certainly isn't great. He's panting a little bit, so we just need to stabilise that with some oxygen and just try and calm him down with some medication as well.
Brendan started crying. Oh, that's sweet. That's my son. He had a meltdown. Right.
Natan's 9-year-old son Brendan was there when Cody was hit, and he's rung up for a progress report on his canine friend.
Cody?
Who's that? Brendan? Talk.
Hello, boy. Are you alright? If you're alright, I have a treat for you at home.
No, he'll be okay, Brendan. Okay, so don't worry about him. He's in good hands.
Hi, Betty.
All right, Lara, you're on speakerphone and Cody can hear you.
Little sister Lara is next on the phone to check on the patient.
Yes,
but she seems more worried about the vet's condition than Cody's.
Right.
Is he fat or not?
No, he's not fat. That's my daughter. She's got all these very pertinent questions.
What if I was fat?
I don't know.
Should probably say you're the biggest loser, like Daddy. Bye. If anything changes, I'll call.
I promise you I'm looking after him. I'm very worried.
Oh, my son is, I'll put it, a little emotional.
It's quite a nice, healthy reminder about the fact that, you're not just treating the patient here, you're also managing the emotions of everyone that's waiting at home and expecting good news here. So hopefully we can actually give it.
Let's get some blood off him to try and give us an idea of what's going on.
5-month-old Felix has been rushed into Sash with severe abdominal pain and a high fever. Lisa is running tests to work out why.
He's a pretty sick little kitten. He's got a temperature of 41.3, which is quite high. He's definitely got abdominal pain, like you mentioned before. He's groaning when I'm pressing. I wonder if it's his kidneys that are sore. It's really hard to say because there's so many organs in there. We need to try and work out what's going on because to have that amount of pain, there's got to be something nasty going on in there.
Good boy, good boy.
With the signs that Felix is showing, I guess I'm concerned about an infection of the kidneys.
pancreatitis and another disease which is called FIP, feline infectious peritonitis. Oh no, you're not going to put up with us for much longer. If he's got FIP, it's really bad news. It's a fatal disease and there's nothing we can do for them. And it's just not something that I want to go and tell his owners. You want to give your mum and dad a cuddle? Felix is a much-loved little kitten. He's their baby and they're really worried about him. Hopefully I'll have some more answers for them by the end of the day.
I'll call you later, yeah?
The tail just keeps on wagging there, doesn't it?
It was a happy
Typical
boy.
Labrador.
Happy boy.
You've been hit by a car, okay? Try and act like it.
Cody is one lucky dog.
The oxygen level's coming up really nicely.
It's great news for Natan. Cody's oxygen levels are climbing and the threat of internal bleeding is now over.
Cody has been hit by a car. The whole right side of his body is covered in tyre rubber. Yet his tail's wagging and I'm okay for him to go home.
You're a very good boy.
It just adds a little bit of weight to this theory I've got about Labradors. Nothing worries them. They're great dogs for that reason, but they wouldn't be winning any IQ test competitions.
Clearly, Cody's starting to feel better and more relaxed.
You gotta love your job sometimes.
That's all right.
That's all right, it's part of the job.
A few stitches for that cut eye and the lucky patient can go home.
What an amazing recovery. Cody came in looking extremely stressed and he leaves with a smile on his face, all after being hit by a car. If all hit by car cases could go like that, then my job would be all smiles.
Over at SASH, Felix's blood results are in and the news is not good.
He's got a white cell count of 35, the upper end of normal's 19.5, so that's a pretty significant elevation.
A high white cell count indicates inflammation of the organs. This means it could be FIP, a disease that attacks the entire abdominal area.
FIP is a fatal disease and there's nothing we can do for them, so I'm a little bit scared that that's what he's got and I'm hoping that's not the news I'll have to break to his owners.
Felix will need an ultrasound to clarify the diagnosis.
She just had a seizure.
But before that can start, there's an emergency in the treatment room.
I need someone to chew this. She'll stop breathing.
Bianca, a 14-year-old Maltese Terrier, has suffered heart failure. When a dog crashes like this, everyone is required to deal with the crisis.
There's not much talking, everyone works on autopilot and you know what you have to do and it's got to be done quickly if you want to get the results.
Fortunately, the vet stabilised Bianca within minutes. Now they can turn their attention to the ultrasound that will determine Felix's future.
You're all right. You're all right.
Chris is now heading to the bush for a special visit.
It's just so good to be back around here. I love this country. Not that you can really see much with all the fog around, but to be back here in a place where I spent a lot of time as a kid and also did a lot of my prac work during my vet course with Rusty, and to be asked to be the official vet at the Stroud Show, it's a big honour and we're looking forward to a very big day, aren't we, Russ? In terms of jobs, this is a pretty easy one so far. It's very different to the Easter show, but I like it because you've got two cows here competing against each other, so you're a fair chance of a ribbon here. In fact, you're guaranteed of a ribbon here.
Walks out nicely, a very worthy winner.
There you go. He's a beauty. Well done.
Hey, come on, Stroud, let's get ready for the umpire.
I think the bulls are doing just fine. Health-wise, they're great. It's the riders I'm actually worried about here.
Big Sam, the ball gets out. He He nods for the gate. He will get out. 500 will make 110 for third effort.
I think we should probably actually go and see if he's all right.
You all right, Tyler?
Just lost my wind.
Major sponsor this weekend is the
A little bit.
Where'd you hurt yourself?
Just hit the paddles. Just on leg. Nothing serious.
Don't need a vet, do you?
Nah. It's only a ball.
You're an animal, you do need a vet after all.
Okay, I'll get there as soon as I can. Thanks, Juliet. Okay, bye. I just had a call from a farm really close to here. Ironically, it's the dairy farm I did my prac work at. It's unbelievable. It's the Clarks. They're a lovely, lovely old couple, and they've got Guernseys and Friesians, and apparently one of them's having severe trouble getting a calf out. So, getting there as soon as we can.
Righto, should come in. Membranes are showing. I've seen one foot, not the other. There should be soap on top of the fence there.
The calf is stuck and the situation is becoming critical.
First of all, I feel for the legs, and one leg's bad, two legs is great. Yeah, 1 foot. I've got a head there as well.
Hot little belly.
At the Bondi Referral Hospital SASH, Lisa's about to find out the fate of young Felix.
In this ultrasound, we're looking for signs of inflammation, any free fluid, enlarged lymph nodes, abnormalities in any of the organs. We're also going to have a look at the pancreas and the kidneys to make sure that they're not inflamed.
Vet Darren Foster is hoping only one organ is affected, which would rule out FIP.
So the fact that you're seeing it like that is very significant.
Yeah, and that's where he's most painful as well.
Oh, I really hope it's not FIP. Worst case scenario for Felix would be that he has feline infectious peritonitis, which is a really nasty disease. It's a terminal disease and they can have days to months to survive.
The kidney and bladder are given the all clear. Now Darren checks the pancreas.
Just down here, he's got this black spot through here.
Yeah.
And all the fat around here is quite inflamed, and that black spot, I think, is his pancreas.
Oh, pancreas.
Yeah, so I think actually he might have pancreatitis.
Well, that would be best case
The
scenario.
best case scenario for little Felix.
The pancreas is a gland that produces enzymes which help digest food. When inflamed, it's very painful.
Probably from bacteria that get in up from their bowel and infect their pancreas, or just from sudden dietary changes, dietary indiscretions, eating mice.
Are you happy?
That's great.
You really happy?
Yeah.
Okay, good. If you're happy, I'm happy.
The treatment for pancreatitis is lots of fluids, antibiotics and pain relief.
All right, little Felix, I think this is your lucky day. Huh? Let's get you back in your cage. I know.
Just want to be able to feel both legs and make sure the calf's actually facing the right way. You can see she is pushing, which is good. She's just not making much progress at the moment.
You get some stillbirths, chiefly from big calves, but sometimes difficult positions.
So how long has she been in labour for?
An hour.
The longer the labour, the greater the risk to both mother and calf.
How many calves has she had?
7 years old, so a few, yes.
She's getting some good contractions there. Okay, so you can see the feet are starting to appear here. A bit of water's breaking. Now, let's grab one of those ropes there. Thank you. It's like trying to tie your shoelaces in the dark while someone tries to push you off your feet. It's difficult because everything's pushing in and moving your hands away from where they should be, and it's a challenge. Give it a bit of a pull. There we go. You can see it's a fairly big calf. This explains why she's having trouble with it. There we go.
Hey? Sick of being in a cage.
At SASH, Felix's treatment for acute pancreatitis is already working.
Felix. Felix is doing really well. His temperature's come down to almost normal, still slightly up, but he's definitely feeling a lot more comfortable in his belly. You're a monkey. What? You want to go home? You want to go home?
Oh, it's Felix.
Oh, it's your baby. Felix.
There you go.
Oh, it's just fantastic news. I can't believe he's so well after less than 24 hours. It's amazing. After yesterday, I thought it was pretty grim. I didn't think he was going to make it. Good boy, hey? He's worrying us sick. Lovely to have you back, hey, mate?
Yeah.
Oh. Who's going to give him a kiss?
Yeah,
Mariki, what about the kiss to the cat?
Kiss for the cat. Good boy. Hey.
Beautiful boy. Thank you.
Push. Almost there. There we go, girl. So got the head out, got the front legs. Go on, girl. It's into shoulders, which is a very wide part. Sorry, girl. There we go. Good work, good work. Just got to clean out the mouth. The calf's alive. It's important just to get in there and get all the mucus out of the mouth. Hello, welcome. Welcome to the world. So we'll just get up there and give it, try and drain some of the fluid out. We're nice and alive. It's almost good to, it sounds cruel, but even annoy them, just trying to get in their throat and go up their nostrils, just really stimulates them to breathe and open up their lungs. Hey, look at you all slicked up. Yeah, little heifer, little girl. This is an important bonding moment for the two of them, but she's trying to get the calf nice and dry so it doesn't get too cold. And just, these little grunts she's giving them, just saying to the calf, look, I'm your mum, welcome. We've had 9 months together, but this is the first time we've actually seen each other. So, you know, it's a very special time for her. This little one's all a bit confused about what's going on, aren't you? You're beautiful. Ready to face the world, aren't you? But no matter how many times you do this, it's always pretty special.
Her name's Ivanhoe Zing. She's got a father's name and a mother's name.
Oh, nice. Already named too.
Oh, yeah.
You're efficient, aren't you?
After just a few minutes, it's back to the milking shed for Mum.
It's a tough moment, Mum leaving the calf after she's had her inside her for 9 months, and then, you know, it's over like that. But it's farm life, you know. It's very real.
Back at Bondi, Cody, the lucky Labrador that survived being hit by a car, is in remarkably good shape.
It was a really close call and we're just so lucky that it's all worked out for the best. He nearly got very seriously injured and we're just lucky that it's all better now, and we've certainly learnt that, you know, we'll keep him closely guarded to us next time.
And remember Brendan and Lara who chatted to their injured friend over the phone? Well, they all know the new rules for Cody.
I think we should always keep him on a tight leash unless there's no cars around or it's a park.
You can't get me any more dirty, so let's go. Oh, it's like a big black Labrador, only slightly different. Juliet will never say it, but she'd be absolutely thrilled it's a girl. Males around here, unfortunately, they're just of no use whatsoever. It's the females that produce the milk. This is a dairy farm. They rely on the milk to make the money. So females are all the go. You don't get much milk out of a male. Come meet your new friends. You know what? They've been through exactly what you've been through. Oh, gonna use these?
After a warm welcome to the nursery, it's time for Ivanhoe Zing to try out her shaky legs.
You good? You good? It's that little white one. Hey. Well done. You made it. You made it, girl.
It's a bad start to the day for Chris.
I've just seen something on the computer that disturbs me a little bit. My least trusted patient is apparently in the waiting room. She's a terror, an absolute terror. Dangerous, very dangerous.
It's only once a year that owners Tonya and Jamie bring in Bella for just one vaccination jab and one worming tablet. The battle lines are drawn and the Chihuahua hasn't lost a showdown yet.
You're not doing a very good job, Holly.
Whoa, she's almost taking my hand off.
Over the years, all I've done to Bella is vaccinated her, wormed her. I did de-sex her, and maybe that's part of it.
Whoa!
Yes, fast. Faster than you that time. In this room, you've got to be on your game. If you're slow, you bleed.
Whoa!
Young Vegemite, love.
In Melbourne, Chris has a more placid patient about to fly up to Sydney for a life-changing operation.
Good girl. Get your bags, Cash. Ready to go?
6-month-old Rottweiler pup Keisha has a serious genetic deformity, which results in the constant and painful leaking of urine.
We had a lot of people say to us, what's the point?
It's only $100 to get them put down.
Just don't put up with it. We can't do that.
Oh, she's my little girl. Yes, I love her. Good girl, aren't you, honey?
Matt and Mel just didn't have the $5,000 needed for the complex operation.
We were pleading to organise some sort of a payment plan. We could give a deposit up front, go in there every week and obviously give them what we had, but no one would accept it. Cried nearly every day, didn't I? It's just not fair on her, it's not fair on us.
In desperation, Matt contacted a radio station. He was put in touch with Chris, who organised Keisha's much-needed operation free of charge.
What would I say to Dr. Chris? I love you. Thank you very much.
Give you right, darling. You won't be in there for too long, mate.
So now the bewildered pup is at Melbourne Airport, about to embark on a life-defining journey.
Bella, you look so dainty and so small.
At the Bondi Clinic, Chris is finally giving Bella her vaccination jab.
Good girl.
A victory at last.
And there you go, Jamie.
How easy was that?
Maybe the problem isn't me, it's actually a friend over here. That's it.
But there's still a little matter of the worming tablet.
Got a good start.
Are you going to let him open your mouth?
You missed it. We're going. Oh, we're in. We're in. Come on, Bella. Come on.
Good girl.
Oh. That's a good effort for her. She'd be proud of that. She'll go home now and sit on the couch and go, even though it's another year before I get to see him, he's going to feel it, he's going to know about it, and he's going to be waiting for next year.
Thanks, mate.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you too.
I will. All the best. See you in a year.
We'll rebook.
Yeah. Straight away, thanks. With Tony or Julia.
Out at Sydney Airport, the jet-setting Keisha and her owner Matt arrived to meet Chris.
Hello. We've heard a lot about you. She looks as though she's a bit frisky, so I reckon we go to Bondi, work off some of that energy before she goes into hospital. Welcome to Sydney, huh? Welcome to Sydney.
Later this afternoon, Keisha is booked in to have serious surgery on her rare medical condition. But right now, the puppy's just happy to be lapping up the Bondi experience.
When you came to Sydney, I don't think she had that in mind. Mate, she's got class at least.
Yeah, well, she's got standards, mate.
She's just smacked him now.
Good girl. You like that, eh?
You're a special girl, aren't you, Case? You're one of a kind.
Playtime is over. Next stop, the Small Animal Specialist Hospital, Sash.
Oh, girl, we'll get you sorted out, won't we? Sarah, can we get 2 10ml syringes of warm saline, please? He's very cold, he's very dehydrated, and he just looks as though he's in a bit of shock as well.
At the Bondi Clinic, a heartbreaking emergency has just arrived. This tiny Joey was found on the side of a road with no mother in sight.
The leg muscle here. That's just going to try and give his system a bit of a kickstart. It's a cortisone-based drug, so it, I guess, improves the circulation, just gets everything revved up, because right now his system's just crashing.
Yeah, that's nice and warm. Okay, great. Mummy's milk.
If we go too fast, then that milk drips down the back of his throat and he's too weak really to close off his larynx. Then that milk goes straight into his lungs, and if that happens, then it's going to be fatal. You just can't be impatient with them.
Leah from Sydney Wildlife rushed the baby eastern grey kangaroo into the clinic.
He hasn't been fed properly for 3 days, and normally in the pouch he'd be continuously getting nutrients, having warmth from his mother, so I don't think it's very good.
The family who first found the abandoned Joey fed him cow's milk for 3 days. They thought they were doing the right thing.
Cow's milk is really not suited to them at all. It's got lactose. Now, lactose is a sugar that kangaroos just can't digest. Another 12 hours? No chance. But it's just possible we've got him in time. It's going to be really tough though.
Yeah, she's really quite moist here, isn't she?
Yeah.
Just dribbling even now.
At Sash, Keisha is being examined by specialist surgeon Andrew Marchevsky. X-rays reveal one of Keisha's kidney tubes is not connected to her bladder.
So what we'll look at doing is cutting it off at the urethra and then making a little hole into the bladder and suturing it into there and re-implanting it.
So we're like just welding it back on?
Pretty much.
Righto.
Fixing the plumbing up.
Yep. Bit nervous. See what happens. Now we'll just see what he says after he does the ultrasounds.
Keisha is given a diuretic, which will make her produce urine quickly.
It's all right. No.
Andrew is hoping the ultrasound will confirm only one tube is faulty, but the news is not good.
Right. Looks like she's got bilateral ectopic ureters. I guess unfortunately what we've found is that both of them are not going to the right spot.
The risk involved in the operation has dramatically increased.
We'll have to be very careful and monitor her kidney function and her urine production. I know it's not quite the news that you want, it's certainly not the news I wanted.
No, it's...
But I guess that's why we did the test, because there was that doubt about it, and now we know, so I can prepare better for tomorrow. But they have got a very close bond. I mean, he's moved heaven and earth to make sure that he can get his dog fixed.
Good girl. You all right?
Coffee. Yeah, I think it'll be a bit of a mess if we have any problems.
All right. She's all Andrew's now, so seems like he knows what he's on about. Confused me with the jargon, so we'll see what happens.
I'd say what's happening is that the warm blood's actually just pooling in his body.
Yeah.
It's not getting right around.
Absolutely.
So a bit of a massage might actually help. Hey, matey, wake up. Wake up. I mean, it looks silly, but what that's doing is actually compressing the blood that's contained within his organs.
Okay.
And we're trying to circulate that right around. And get a six-pack as well.
Doesn't seem to mind it, yeah, he will.
But he seems more responsive.
He is much more responsive, isn't he? He's sitting up
Do
now.
have ridiculously long legs, though. Have you noticed that? I think you do.
Aww.
I'll have to think of a name for him.
He came in a beanie, and I think beanie somehow suits him. And also, beanies are very Australian too, and he is as Australian as they come. Little battler, little Aussie battler.
That got it.
Yes, now that's the ticket. Right on. Oh yeah. Double nods. Yeah, more of the good stuff.
Sugar rush.
There are some good signs, but Beanie is still critical. After a feed, Sarah wraps the little Roo back in his beanie for some much-needed sleep.
I'm impressed the way he's come through the first 6 hours, but really the next 24 hours decides whether he has a future. He's basically had to grow up before his time, and it's up to him and it's up to us to see if he can actually survive that. He's got the fight of his life right now.
These problems they're huge because, you know, if you can't fix it, she won't be able to be an inside dog. It'll increase the risk of getting infections. Unable to fix it, I think he'd have to be looking, one of the options would be euthanasia for her, so, which would not be nice. That would break his heart, that's right, so.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure she'd be right anyway, you know. She better be.
This is difficult surgery, and Keisha will be on the operating table for at least 4 hours.
That's the left one, there's the right one. Yeah, that's interesting.
Is it connecting to the uterus or?
Yeah, wow. She's a urogenital nightmare.
Sadly, the pup's internal problems have been caused by inbreeding.
It's a perfect example of why you shouldn't breed closely related animals to each other.
If the marathon operation works, the puppy will at last have a normal, pain-free life.
I still have concerns for that, but I think we've got a good chance.
Come on, Beanie, let's go on it.
Chris is taking Beanie home so the abandoned Joey can get the constant attention he needs.
He's got the seat warmer on. Oh, it's pretty good for Beanie right now.
The sick Roo will need a bottle feed every 3 hours if he has any chance of surviving.
I think we might have got off to a very rocky start. Fresh. Feed and change time, come on. What I'm doing right now is actually just covering him in lanolin. It serves two purposes. One, it moisturises his skin, but also it provides a bit of insulation to him. Well done. Doesn't look the best, but still, well done. He just looks like some sort of alien with his long legs. It's been a real struggle, but I've managed to find the perfect drinking position for him, and he seems to prefer being quite upright. If you do squeeze his hand back, he seems to really enjoy that and actually start drinking quite feverishly. And you can see now he's drained that bottle. The man's got a thirst. You can hear these little squeaking sounds. But thankfully I've got his eyes covered so he can't see the monstrosity that has become his mother. Go, Beanie. I know from past experience that even though I'm meant to be getting up every 3 or 4 hours, it's not like that. Yeah, up on high for you. You don't get up, feed them, go back to bed, then get up again 3 hours later. You get up, fingers crossed, go and check that they're still alive, feed them, then go back to bed, but then you don't sleep. And it's just that constant nagging doubt and nagging worry the whole way through the night that they're actually not going to make it through the night. He's really guzzling it down, big time.
It's 1 a.m. and Chris has woken up to give Beanie, the orphaned Joey, another feed. But this time, when Chris unwraps his little mate, there's no movement, no sound.
The hard thing is that when he first came in,
he looked for all the world like he wasn't going to make it, and we beat that. Last night, for him to be drinking well and sitting up, and so you think in your back of your mind, hey, this one's going to make it. You know, this one will turn it all around, and then you get that shock, and that sucks. It really sucks. Spent the whole rest of the morning just analysing, you know, was he too hot? Was he too cold? Did I give him too much milk, too little milk? Where did I go wrong?
Hey, gorgeous. She's a real sweetie, isn't she? She's a real gentle lady.
Look at this. Fully doily.
It's looking good.
It's a nice stitching, Case.
Yeah.
How do you feel? So is she looking like she'll be allowed out in another day or two?
She has to urinate. Until she does that, I really can't give you a time,
yep.
you know, and we've just got to go step by step.
Keisha's owner Matt needs to return to Melbourne for work, but the pup can't go until she proves her plumbing is fixed.
You just need to do some wheeze. You'll be all better soon, mate. Okay? You go home in a couple of days. Yes?
No.
At the Bondi Clinic, Chris breaks the sad news about Beanie.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can't beat yourself up about it. You know, again, hindsight's a fine thing. We can only do what we did. We put him on heat, we fed him, we gave him lots of love as well, and that's just as important with these young animals. You can just do the best you can. Look, some you win, some you lose. And we found that a lot with wildlife. If you make it, it's great. If you don't, then, you know, that's when we cry.
At a local beach, Evo is taking his prize Great Dane Rufus and his 6-month-old son Jurgel for their daily swim. But today, something is wrong.
He's had a high fever and he's very weak, very, very weak. And he's off balance. We'll see what the vets have to say. Fingers crossed.
Evo and Rufus arrived to see Chris. The big fear is that Rufus has contracted meningitis, a potentially fatal inflammation of the brain's lining.
Okay, so what we've got is a very, very inflamed and red ear canal. And we push down deeper. You can see as we go deeper, the pain does increase. Looking at that ear, it's a real mess. It was red, it was inflamed. We've got a lot of black wax in there, and black wax worries me because it's a sign of infection.
There's no doubt Rufus has a debilitating ear infection. But has he come to Chris in time to stop the bacteria spreading?
If they hit the brain, you've got serious problems with diseases like meningitis that can kill him.
Good girl.
Everybody is still waiting for Keisha to prove the operation has been a success. Finally, a breakthrough.
Wayne.
Andrew can now sign her release papers, and Keisha is ready to head home.
Yeah, it's amazing what you get excited about when you're a vet sometimes.
One of the tests for meningitis is, and this looks very strange, is to actually do that. And because meningitis is an inflammation of the meninges, which is the layer of cells that wraps the brain up, doing that hurts like hell. And for him to be able to put up with that, despite it being quite a crude test, is telling me that he doesn't have meningitis. This can develop into meningitis though, make no mistake, that can happen. But we're not there yet, and my goal right now is to prevent that from happening. You're probably wondering why these haven't worked? Yep.
Evo attempted to treat Rufus's ear infection with human drugs.
Human antibiotics are a big no-no for two main reasons. First of all, the dog could be allergic to them and have an allergic reaction that could even kill it. So in trying to help it, you could actually do quite the opposite. But secondly, the dose of human antibiotics, how do you know how much is the right amount? Because what a human needs is often very different to what an animal needs. He doesn't flinch, does he?
No, he's amazing.
With the right medication for Rufus, his ear infection will soon be under control.
Can make him much better. It's excellent news. Yep. I'm very, very relieved. Hopefully we should see improvement within the next 48 hours. So that's great.
Chris promised Matt and Mel he'd personally deliver Keisha back home to Melbourne.
Is he? Hello.
Hello, my girl. Hello.
Have they been looking after you?
She's a beautiful dog, just one of a kind in every way possible.
It's brilliant. It's absolutely awesome. Can't thank she say thank you first. But yeah, you, Andrew, and everyone at the Sash Hospital are really good with her. Happy, girl.
Bottom of our hearts.
No worries.
Thanks very much, Chris. I want to give you a hug.
No
Thank you.
My pleasure. She's back.
How you going?
Good.
That's good. Now, who's this?
Blackie.
Blackie, because Blackie's white.
14-year-old schoolgirl Amy is worried about her 3-year-old pet bunny.
And what's wrong with Blackie?
His fur's fallen out in a clump, and like I was patting him, and that chunky stuff comes up when you brush him.
Okay. How long has he had it for?
3 weeks or something.
Yeah. You can see what's left too. It's that really dry, scaly skin. I mean, it's almost as though he's wearing a coat of talcum powder almost. I think you're lucky Blackie isn't black. Otherwise, Blackie'd have pretty obvious dandruff, I'd say. Sorry, Blackie. Rabbits losing hair isn't that uncommon, but it's working out what actually is the cause that's the real trick here. It could be parasites, it could be a fungal infection, it could be an allergy. There's no way of knowing unless you run some tests.
I can't
Very
hear
fast, really fast.
I can't hear it. Is it supposed to be loud?
It's more serious than we ever thought.
Try and get you out of this box somehow, because I can't really look at you.
Yeah.
At Bondi's referral hospital Sash, Lisa's examining 5-year-old Roxy, who's in labour and in trouble.
Come forward, sweetie. This way, Mum. Roxy.
I don't want to be moving.
Oh no, this is...
The beagle arrived in a cardboard box, and she doesn't want to leave it.
Roxy went into labour this morning, and she's already delivered 3 pups, and none of them are living, so the concern is that there are more pups in there. If they're not alive, we really have to get them out because they can rot and make the mum very sick. That's a good girl. No, there's no puppy in the pelvic canal. Okay, let's go get an X-ray of you, hon. Hey, Rox.
Roxy's labour has stalled. Lisa couldn't find any pups in the birth canal, so now she'll X-ray Roxy's uterus to check how many are still inside.
Good girl.
The X-rays reveal that 3 puppies' lives could be hanging in the balance, and so too is Roxy's.
If a dead pup is left inside Roxy, she'll start to become septic herself, and she can be seriously ill and even die.
All right. So this is obviously where most of our concern is with Blackie.
Chris is trying to solve the mystery of why Amy's pet rabbit Blackie is losing its hair.
There's some pretty simple tests we can run. Right. In fact, so simple you'll probably never look at me the same way because you'll wonder why I went to uni for 5 years. But the first test is so simple, it involves a piece of sticky tape.
That hurts when you put sticky tape on and you pull it off. I feel sorry for him. I can't watch. Oh, yuck.
Okay, so there we go. On the slide, and then we just go straight to the microscope. Oh.
Bug.
Bug. Oh my goodness, you poor thing.
It appears, oh, that one's moving. There. He just waved hello.
From the straw?
Disgusting.
You know what's really amazing too? Can you see all those little ovals?
Oh yeah.
They're eggs.
Wow.
So it's going to get worse.
And that's only in the one section too.
Yeah.
Oh, bunny boy.
I would say most likely though that Blackie's always had these mites. What's the one place on Blackie's body that Blackie can't chew?
Right in the middle of his back, and that's where they've put it.
Yeah. You can see by that sample there how many eggs there were there. So very quickly this could go from being a small problem to being a very big problem. So what we're going to do is actually give Blackie a dog and cat treatment.
Rabbit fur mites are different to those found on cats and dogs, but the same treatment can be used for both.
But over the next probably 24 hours, that'll spread throughout the skin.
All right.
And go all over the body and target these little mites that are here as well.
Blackie's problems may be coming to an end, but it seems Chris's are only just beginning.
Allergy, is it? You're allergic to rabbits?
Potentially.
Oh, oops, sorry.
It's only some rabbits.
Blackie, it's all your fault. How could you? That's pretty funny.
It's funny, is it?
Not funny, but like, sorry.
It's all right. It's going to be a tough day. It's going to be all right.
Thank you.
So it's a success. The rabbit's going to be treated. We've identified the cause, but I think I'm now the patient. But hey, the rabbit's okay.
Little pinch, my darling.
I'm just going to give her the injection that's going to stimulate her uterus to contract, and hopefully we'll be able to get the puppies out without having to take her to surgery. A little pinch. A little pinch. There you go. Okay, there you go. Sit down.
Okay, we have a puppy. We have a puppy. Puppies are coming.
Excellent.
All right, darling.
Good girl, Rox.
Good girl.
Oh, that's just...
Oh, it's not, is it?
It is. It's a dead puppy. I'm sorry. It's very small, isn't it? Very...
I think it's
underdeveloped.
Yeah, it's underdeveloped.
Okay.
Oh, God. There's another one. There is no way there is anything living in this dog.
It's got to be pretty tough for her. She's got to go through the whole birthing process, and then she doesn't have the pups in the end. Hey, Rox, you going to give another one?
And despite everything she's gone through, the drama is not yet over.
Going to do another push? If the third pup doesn't come out after the injection, she will need to have a cesarean because we cannot leave a dead puppy inside her.
This is a house call with a difference. A house call to the big house. They're 3 Labrador puppies, 3 very bad boys, and they're in the slammer.
Chris is now on his way to a very different consultation at a prison in central New South Wales.
Just turn around, arms out for me.
Chris is an ambassador for Assistance Dogs Australia.
Thank you very much.
These 3 Labrador puppies, Yoshi, Yogi and Ziggy, are being trained to be assistance dogs for the disabled.
How are they going?
Yeah, he's going very well.
Obedience-wise, obviously pretty good, Bill.
Not too bad. A bit boisterous at times.
This special program takes 18 months and is a reward for trusted inmates who are hand-picked to train the pups.
They're getting worn down, though. They must see plenty of exercise.
Take a lot of holes.
not trying to dig out of here, right?
You'll see them. Never thought of that one.
You could be onto something there. I'll tell the guys over here.
Officers over there.
The new team of carers are Mark.
He's a good boy.
Bill.
That's all you're getting.
And Andrew.
Kisses. Oh.
There you go. Self-medicating.
The pups need worming, vaccinating and flea treatments.
What happened to the flea powder?
Went out about 20 years ago.
Did it really hurt? Come on.
The inmates are keen to show Chris how far the pups have progressed in just 6 weeks.
Not bad, Bill.
He's going to help some poor bugger out in a wheelchair, and that's what I'm looking to help, to make life better for somebody in a wheelchair. Let's go. Let's go. Good boy.
Mark was convicted of attempted murder and has been in jail now for 21 years.
Yeah, Yoshi is my mate. Up. It means a great deal. I can't put it into words.
These dogs, they don't judge them. To them, they're an owner, a companion, a mate, someone they trust and someone they believe in, and they can really lean on each other and have a great bond with no conditions.
He's a good boy. Yeah, yes. Good boy. The feeling is stupendous. It's really good. Has me glowing inside. I really feel now I'd be lost if I don't see him for a day or two. It's a good boy, eh? Damn.
He's going along okay?
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a limp, but I think he'd done that in enclosure on the weekend playing with the other dogs.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
So what, limping on the front legs?
Yeah.
When Chris checks Yoshi over, Mark reveals his mate has developed a bad limp in the mornings.
The funny thing about these pups is when they're playing, when they're running around, you don't notice the subtleties. And when Mark said that Yoshi's been limping on that left paw, my heart sunk. Because if that is a developmental problem like elbow dysplasia, that's the end of the program for Yoshi. He can't continue, he will not be an assistance dog. And for Mark, that would just be beyond heartbreaking. He responds to that.
Yoshi. Yeah, Yoshi.
When I started looking over Yoshi, even though I never like to see pain, to see just that slight little wince he gave when I twisted his wrist around, he seems to resent it. It was a good thing because that indicated a sprain, which is treatable with rest and with anti-inflammatories. It'll get into his system and reduce the inflammation in that wrist joint, take away the pain, the soreness, and the swelling.
Yeah.
And by doing that, you should notice that in those mornings he's a lot more free and easy and can run around.
Oh, that'd be
no
good.
worries at all. But to get the effect, he does actually have to swallow it, which might take some time. Oh, you've done it. Well done.
Oh, good boy, Yoshi.
Get in the car.
Today, Andrew, Mark and the pups are taking their training to a new level. It's their first public outing to see if the puppies can behave during a visit to a local primary school. It's a big step for both inmates and pups.
This lot of inmates, this will be the first time they've left the centre to mingle with the public, with the pups. Yeah, that's on your mind the whole time you're out. But, you know, something may happen. God forbid that one of them tried to do a runner, so it should be very interesting.
I'll just give her another shot, Jess, if you wouldn't mind holding her head. Little stings.
Lisa's just given Roxy another injection of oxytocin in the hope it will stimulate her uterus to push out the last pup.
Hard day today for you. It needs to come out because a rotting puppy inside Roxy is going to make her very sick and she could die from that. Here's the last one. Rox, things didn't go too well for you, huh? I'm going to take it away now. I know, sweetheart. There's nothing worse than delivering a whole litter full of dead puppies, and we just really have to look at it from the positive point of view that Roxy's okay.
Roxy, who's here? Look who's here. It's Mum and Dad.
With the last puppy out, Roxy's making a remarkable recovery, much to the relief of her owners Jason and Amanda.
Roxy may look okay, but she's under a lot of stress. Humans go through a huge ordeal when they deliver a baby, and animals do too.
Fortunately for Roxy, by avoiding a caesarean, she will still be able to have another litter.
We're sad that the pups didn't turn out, but yeah, she's a lovely dog, a lovely companion, and we're just happy she's still here. Really. So, bittersweet, really.
Hey, Yoshi goes all right.
Yeah.
He's not too frightened and intimidated by the children.
Yeah. It'd be good to see how they go with kids' accidents.
Yeah,
You know, they all want to
Yeah.
get in there and touch the pups and that. It'd be good.
Yeah.
That car trip was something else. We're driving along, Kat the whole time's worried there's going to be some sort of mass breakout. But all the while, I was just totally absorbed in the fact that Mark had never been in a car that had electric windows before.
Press button windows up there, not the old handles up down anymore. Yeah, I tell you what's blown me away, the radio and that.
Yeah.
20 years ago, they weren't like that.
No. I mean, she's worried he's going to run away. He wasn't going anywhere. He'd never seen anything like this before in his life. And when you think about it, it's mind-blowing to think that that's 21 years without being in a car. I just can't imagine that.
Yeah, I love the forests. Love seeing the pine trees.
This is the third lot of trainee assistance dogs to visit the school.
Hello.
And the students can't wait to see the newcomers.
they just love them and love the boys bringing them down. We're now in the process of trying to organise sponsorship of one of the pups in Kirkconnell.
Siggy. Yeah, Yoshi, speak. Speak. You're shaking. Speak, boy. Yoshi, speak. Good boy. Good boy. Speak.
They're always very polite and very concerned about the children and doing the right thing in the school.
Good on ya. Give this lady a gold star.
Just be gentle, kids. You don't want to overwhelm the dogs.
He's nice and shiny, ain't he? He's a good boy. That was precious. I mean, you can't put a price on that. I know the children love the dogs, so, and because of that, it made me feel good.
It was like a father with his son or something like that at the first football game when he scores his first try, so yeah, it was good.
The school trip was very special, just to see those kids so absorbed in those puppies. Just shows you the amazing power of animals. But they didn't even notice there were two inmates in the room. To them, the fact they were from a prison did not matter one little bit. They were these magical people that were training these dogs to do these incredible things for an incredible purpose. That was all that mattered, and that was great.
Then they go and live with somebody, you know, that's got a wheelchair or that to help them out.
Yeah, like as disabled.
Yeah, disabled people. Yeah.
Back at Kirkconnell Correctional Centre,
Yoshi, wait.
Mark takes Yoshi for more training, but he's just not paying attention.
Nah, Yoshi, come on, boy, come on.
I look at these dogs and you can't help but wonder which is going to be the one that makes it. And Yoshi, I don't know about Yoshi.
That's not right, Yoshi.
I think Ziggy's a bolter. I think he's got the looks. Somehow, he might even have the brains as well.
Shake. I love him. He's my little mate, you know. If I'm sad, I can just cuddle up to Ziggy. I can, you know what I mean? He's there for me and I'm there for him. Can't hear? Yeah.
Andrew is just 20, but has already been in and out of jail several times.
Yes, good boy. This time I'm not going to say I'm not going to stay out, but I'm going to definitely try my hardest. I want to stay out for the freedom and get my own pup and that when I get out. So, yeah, it makes me want to stay out.
Mark and Andrew will be eligible for parole shortly after they finish training Yoshi and Ziggy.
Oh, to say I'm over the moon with it is probably, you know, understating it. The guys are incredible. The benefits to all the inmates, the staff and everybody, it's really great. And then to know that the benefits flow on to members of the community, it gives everybody a real buzz.
Yuki, go to bed.
It's sad to be in a place where people are, I guess, down.
Close the door.
But you've got this little pocket of happiness, little pocket of hope that these dogs provide. They're 3 dogs that mean the world to everyone in here. It's fantastic.
It has me thinking about the wrongs that I've done in the past. It has me feeling that I have contrition. It makes life that much better, like when he puts his head on my chest. I give him a good pat and I say, he's a good mate, you know? You're a good boy. You're a good boy, aren't you, hey?
So you doubt this whole thing, don't you?
It's meant to be my day.
But it is still going to be your day after it's his day.
Next morning, back at Bondi, Chris has offered to give Lisa a surfing lesson, but she's not happy about Chris's Kelpie Rusty cutting in on her time.
Rusty has no chance of standing up on the board. Chris thinks he's this wonder dog. I think this is going to be quite entertaining.
He's ready. Sort of. All going well so far.
It's a showdown between the 2 rookies, the city princess and the farm dog.
Are you ready? You okay, Rusty? Go, Rusty! Rusty! doing? Rusty, you've got a talent. Don't run away from it. No, stop. Rusty, come on, not up there. Oh, Rusty. Rusty, come on. I wouldn't say Rusty ran away. He's more just your complete surfing athlete. So that was similar to your surf carnival. You have your board leg, then you have your run leg. Yeah, just there. All right, now turn the board around.
It's now Lisa's turn to take on the swell.
That's good, Lisa, just there. You okay? You look more scared than Rusty. Your makeup's not running, is it?
Aren't you better than Rusty? What do you reckon? Come on.
As much as it hurts me to say, I think Rusty was somewhat disappointing, but Lisa did okay. You didn't run away, at least.
Exactly, I went back for more.
Pretty sure you wanted to run away at some stage, but...
Yeah, but I was motivated, I was determined.
Come on! The search continues. Is there a sport that Rusty's good at? Possibly not.
Hello, oh good, you just made it in time. We're just about to go actually. So this is the little wallaroo? Yeah, okay, we'll get Chris to have a look.
A worried young couple have just made a mercy dash to the Bondi Clinic.
Her mother had been hit by a car on the side of the road and we could see Heidi kicking around inside, so got her out of the pouch and brought her home. I guess I've just been worried since yesterday when she started having the runs.
Stressing quite a bit last night.
I know. We hardly slept. We're up all night on the internet looking at every possible disease they can get.
So it's a greeny-brown diarrhea that she's having?
Yeah. Yeah.
You can see right now, actually.
Oh, there we go. There's a good sample.
How lovely. It's quite mucousy, actually. Diarrhea seems like a pretty nondescript thing to have in a sick animal, but in a young animal like this, it dehydrates them very quickly, it takes away their electrolytes, and it can kill them very quickly.
Alert and active, the wallaroo looks to be in good condition.
Twists the head around and watches what I'm doing. See that? Do you mind? I'm trying to work down here.
But appearances can be dangerously deceptive.
So everything's a little bit upset, a little bit angry down there. The next tip is I'll take that sample we took earlier out the back and analyse it and just check there are no parasites in there.
Chris will now examine Heidi's sample to track down exactly what is threatening her life.
The thing about little wallaroos is they're small. They don't have many body reserves, and the most important nutrient of all is fluid. The moment they start to lose it through diarrhoea, you've got probably about a day and a half before that dehydration becomes so severe that it can actually kill them. We've got to act, and we've got to act quickly.
Hey, good boy.
What are you doing? A bit sore?
Oh, there's something in here.
At Bondi's referral hospital SASH, 1-year-old Dalmatian puppy Hugo is in trouble.
Well, he's vomited a couple of times in the last few days, and this afternoon when I came from work he was just curled up in his basket and no bounding down the hall to greet you, and he just didn't get out of his basket all evening.
Emergency vet Lisa Chimes soon finds the reason for Hugo's misery.
Like a golf ball size, firm.
What have you gone into?
I don't know, it feels like it could be a bone or...
Oh no, Hugo.
Definitely not what should be in there. The thing about puppies is they're like babies. They'll put anything in their mouth and they will eat anything, and that's probably what Hugo's done now, but he's in real strife.
Yeah, this is what I suspected actually. It's an overgrowth of coccidia, which are little protozoal organisms, and you can actually see them. There's little dots here. Yeah, and there's millions of them, absolutely millions of them. So right now we've got to work out some medication for little Heidi, treat the coccidia, and basically stabilise that gut, because it looks like there might just be time. We'll have to see. So we just fill up that space underneath the skin.
The fluids and medication should fight off the double threat of dehydration and diarrhoea. But sadly, young wildlife can crash fast.
I mean, you guys have done very well to get her to this point.
Yeah.
but these coccidia have sensed that she's a little bit weak and they've taken their moment. And they're really trying to get the better of her right now. Because I would say another 24 hours and things would have got a little bit beyond the point of fixing it. Just rub it in. Oh, and look who she runs back to today.
I'm glad we didn't sit around and think about it for another day.
You're my brave boy.
Will you lie on your side for us?
At Sash, it's bad news for Hugo. X-rays confirm an object is stuck deep in the Dalmatian's bowel.
It could be a string or a bit of stocking wound upon each other, but if you take a step back, it really could be a corn cob.
Good boy.
Good boy.
Oh, very brave.
Good boy, wow. The first thing we've got to do is get him stabilised. He's really dehydrated and quite depressed, and he's in no state to have surgery, even if he needs it. So tonight we need to put him on a drip, rehydrate him. It's all right. It will make you feel better. Oh, good boy.
Lisa needs to find a solution quickly. The obstruction is causing the Dalmatian a lot of pain. He's not eaten or had a bowel movement for more than a day.
Really, there's only two options. He can either pass it in 24 hours, or we have to open him up in surgery and take it out. Now, he's only a year old. I don't want him going under the knife. It's going to be a long recovery time. It's much easier for him if he can just pass it. So his time starts now.
So to work out her age, we take her foot measurement, which was 150 millimetres, with her weight, which was 800 grams, and that gives us our age.
About 5 months.
You're not far off. She's actually a bit older.
Okay.
So she's about 180 days, so about 6 months.
It's hard to believe she's 6 months old and this tiny.
I know. Yeah, it's incredible. And just so fragile.
Yeah.
I've got to be honest with you, as soon as I saw Heidi, my mind just went straight back to little Beanie. You can hear these little squeaking sounds. Thankfully, I've got his eyes covered so he can't see the monstrosity that has become his mother.
Just 2 months ago, Chris tried to save an orphaned kangaroo. After round-the-clock care, Beanie lost the fight.
These little guys can go from being playful and seemingly full of energy and full of life to not being with us anymore. And it's heartbreaking. Put it back in the pouch there. As happy as I am with the level of care that Jodie has for little Heidi, she did a big somersault in, she does. The alarm bells are ringing for me in a certain way as well, because there's going to come a time very soon where she has to say goodbye to Heidi, where Heidi has to move on to a wildlife carer. That's going to be so tough for her. Thanks, Jodie. See you, Heids. Good luck. See you later.
On the TV, this is what they show as Bondi Rescue.
Rescues.
Well, when you see all them people on the beach?
Yeah.
This is the one.
Yeah.
Next morning, Chris's new clients have arrived from out of town.
Oh, here's another puppy. Look at that. Look at that. That's a Steffi.
John and Fiona have just arrived after a 3-hour drive up the coast with their 4-month-old Shar-Pei.
Yeah, he's always got a problem of his eyes when he's walking. He's always bumping against the wall or chair.
Mr. Wilson sees almost nothing because of the huge folds of skin that cover his eyes. He's in danger of going blind.
People do say, oh, that's one ugly dog, but normally he's growling at him if they say that. They seem to know what they're saying.
Fiona and John run a Chinese restaurant in Bateman's Bay and have even closed the business for a few days for this mercy trip.
Shut the shop doesn't matter. Look after the boy. We will enhance his looks one way or another.
Hugo, time is running out. Andrew is sharpening the knife as we speak. I know. It's quite scary. No.
At Sash, Hugo has not passed the suspected corn cob wedged in his bowel, and the puppy's condition is deteriorating.
The obvious answer would be to give Hugo a laxative, but if he's got something stuck, physically stuck in his bowel, and we go and give him something to make his bowel work more, he could rupture his bowel, become septic and die. He's such a beautiful dog and I don't want him to have to undergo surgery, but it's looking more and more likely. You just got to burp it out.
Hello, it's Neil here from Bondi Vet Hospital. I've got a lost dog with a microchip.
What time do you have to get up this morning?
We got up at 2:30, left just after 3.
And if I got up at 2:30, I'd be looking a bit like Mr. Wilson, actually.
They say I already do.
Chris is examining Mr. Wilson's severe eye problems.
He's got what's called entropion, where he's got so much loose skin, the eyelashes on the end of that eyelid actually roll inwards. You can see when I let it go, they jump inwards and they sit actually on the eyeball itself.
Right.
It's like having that it's like having an eyelash stuck on your eye the whole time. If that keeps on happening, he will go blind. There's no two ways about it. He'll lose his vision just from that constant irritation. So this needs to be done, it needs to be done early, and they've done exactly the right thing in getting him looked at. What I propose that we do is lift up this eyelid, lift up the bottom eyelid, maybe even take a little slice out of the corner, which will actually make his eye a bit bigger, and allow that eyeball of his to actually see the world. Giving you a good look, that's Mum. It's the first time you've ever seen her. And while we're in there, you don't want any other changes to him? Maybe just take the rest of the skin away?
That's what people like about him.
You sure? We've got a whole board of dogs over here.
Any room for me?
I can do.
No, thank you. This is.
I can do any of these. What about a we can make him into a Pomeranian? Just take a bit of extra skin on.
I'm quite happy for my baby look, isn't it? I'm gorgeous. I'm born gorgeous, see? Why do you have to change it?
Come on, Hugo. All right, number 1. Now number 2. Come on, it's toilet time.
At Sash, Lisa is hoping a walk on the grass will encourage Hugo to pass the object blocking his bowel.
Come on, don't get distracted, just focus.
After 20 minutes, still no result.
He's not really being very helpful, and I'm getting quite tired. Come on. We'll try for a little bit longer and then you know what has to happen.
Goodbye.
Hey, mister.
What do you reckon? That is your new look. You just put your face there. It's remarkable.
You're such a bastard.
Just like that.
No one's doing anything yet. It's all right.
Even before his pre-med injection, Mr. Wilson is making a fuss. This spoilt Shar-Pei has never been parted from his owners.
They'll be back soon. Want a little dim sim in the meantime? There's actually quite a story behind the Shar-Pei. They were bred as hunting and guard dogs, and the point of all those loose folds of skin is actually to help them with their hunting. If they get grabbed hold of, the animal that's grabbing hold of them just gets the skin, it doesn't get the dog.
All right.
They're so ugly, they're cute. And Mr. Wilson is just the epitome of that.
Mr. Wilson's ready for the nip-tuck that should finally help him see the world. But at just 4 months of age, any anaesthetic can be dangerous.
He just doesn't have the body mass, the body size or the maturity to metabolise his anaesthetic in a normal way. So we have to be very, very careful.
Open the cage. Now I'll leave you to think about what you've done. You just think about it.
Lisa is running out of ideas to help 1-year-old Hugo. With the obstruction in the puppy's bowel not budging, the operating theatre is on standby.
Hugo! What is there? Is that a poo? It's a corn cob. He has saved himself a bit of grief. I know it took a while, but we got the results in the end, and thankfully Hugo doesn't have to go to surgery, so it's great news. I don't envy him for passing this. Don't think it would have been too comfortable, but he did it. Good on him. He's a good boy. We'll keep it for your mum. Just just in case she doesn't believe us what you ate. Let's just show and tell.
The hardest thing here is just working out how much skin you can take, because it's like jumping on the corner of a waterbed. The moment you hit it, the skin flies to the other side of the face, then the moment you take your hand away, the skin comes back. It's bizarre, but you have to make a bit of an estimate as to how much you can get away with. Put the stitch in, stand back, and go, looks good, or no, do it again. It's frustrating.
Mr. Wilson's quality of life depends on Chris getting the painstaking surgery right. It takes 1 hour to finish the right eye.
That's fine, but it's the left eye that's the big worry. It's the one that's really drooping over, and it's going to be quite a challenge. The worry if you take too much skin is that he gets that permanent startled look. I've been in Hollywood for 40 years. I've been to the plastic surgeon every week for the last 10. And then he's stuck with that. You don't really want that.
After nearly 2 hours, Chris is finished. But he's still concerned about Mr. Wilson's ultimate look.
The big test is going to be when he wakes up, because right now he's asleep, everything's falling down. Hopefully when he wakes up, everything springs to life and he sees everything perfectly.
You do look good, don't you? You do look
The next day, Chris is at the clinic early to check out the results of Mr. Wilson's eye lift.
How's it looking? I'm feeling pretty, you know.
Neil, you look as though you're 20.
I know, I've had 10 years taken off.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
You look like a double bay housewife.
I know, you did a good job, yeah.
That's ridiculous. Neil's got the surprise stare, which I was trying to avoid with Mr. Wilson.
Can you see me? I can see you. Yes.
Great. He does look good. He genuinely looks as though it's one of the first times he's truly seen the world, and he's a bit wide-eyed and in awe of what's around him.
Back at home, Heidi, the wallaroo, is improving rapidly.
We were worried, we didn't know what was going to happen. We were scared for her, and yeah, it's a relief now. We can relax again. Yeah, I was shocked when I heard how close it was. I didn't. 24 hours. I couldn't believe it. We were lucky.
In a few days, it'll be time for her to leave Jodie and Zach to go to a wildlife carer.
So I don't know what it is about her, but she's just so little and helpless, and it's a nice feeling.
All right, Hugo. This is the final test. Now, if you can eat this without vomiting, and you eat it well, then hopefully you can go home tomorrow. Or today, if you're lucky.
Only 24 hours ago, Hugo was a miserable puppy in a lot of pain, with a corn cob wedged in his bowel.
Oh, yummy.
Fortunately,
Is it yummy?
the Dalmatian managed to avoid surgery and can now go home unscathed.
There! Oh, yes!
No, this is normal Hugo.
Oh, charming. That's the corn cob.
Oh,
It's
lovely.
not the colour of a corn cob that you ate, I'm sure.
Wow, lovely. Thank you. The next time.
Oh, no. Oh, we give cuddles. Yes, we give kisses. Yes, big one. Oh, you said thank you. It's gorgeous.
I can hear his voice.
Was that him?
Sounds like it.
Owners John and Fiona have arrived to pick up Mr. Wilson.
I was missing my baby.
You always think, oh, what's it going to be like?
I should leave the jumper for him so that he should feel like I was beside him. I can't wait to see him. Yeah.
Are you ready to rock? Ready?
Oh, the eyes are really clear.
Mr. Wilson will need to be checked in another 6 weeks to make sure the eye lift has been a success.
Oh, yes. Much better.
Brilliant, brilliant. Yeah. You can see the whites of his eyes. Yeah. Never before.
Yes, give Chris a kiss. Say thank you, Chris.
Just assume.
right now I'm off to the Australian Reptile Park, about an hour away from Sydney. Now, apparently there's a Tassie devil in a bit of trouble, but also, and I'm not sure if this is a joke, a python with a sore tooth. Now, surely someone's got to be having a laugh.
Out you come, sweetie. Out this way. Oh, look how big you are.
Queen Bee, the massive 2-year-old Burmese python, is suffering from an inflamed, swollen mouth.
Yeah, she's got a bit of an erosive lesion on that bottom right-hand corner, so a bit of a mouth ulcer, if you like.
Yep.
It's eating down into her gum line. The way it is right now, and left untreated, she won't eat, and that'll be the end of her. And she can bite, can't she? I mean, she's got teeth.
While you're poking around her mouth, she's got her 2 teeth are about 4 mils long.
Yeah, that's nice. It's reassuring.
Thick as a needle.
Burmese pythons aren't venomous, but can easily kill a human by constricting their victim and causing blood vessels to explode.
That doesn't help. She's smart.
She's having you for lunch.
I've still got one arm. That was quite a standoff when Queen Bee wrapped herself around me. Each time I touch her, she goes harder on me too.
Chris looks more like a cat handler, I guess. I could see when it grabbed him around the arm there, it kind of went a little bit white like a ghost, and it was quite funny actually to see, but I think he held himself pretty well.
Okay, we'll give it a go.
The 4-metre python needs a broad-spectrum antibiotic to eliminate her mouth infection.
It moves away so quickly.
Chris is struggling. His first 2 attempts failed.
She just has this reflex movement. There we go.
In?
Yep. She ain't happy.
Oh, in.
All right, so that antibiotic will sink in through her system and go from this end all the way up that end and treat that infected mouth.
Hopefully her mouth will start to deflame. We'll be able to get those beautiful bunny rabbits back into her.
You're gonna be alright. Baby, please, just relax.
Wendy has rushed into the Bondi Referral Hospital sash with her critically ill cat.
Okay, what's happening?
His blood's like a grey, black, and he's lost all his
Okay,
color.
I'm going to take him straight out the back and give him oxygen. You just stay out here and... I'm going to take him out and I'll come and talk to you when he's stable. I'm just going to mask this cat. He looks like crap. Serena, can you just get an oxygen mask? Now, this cat is blue. He's really not getting much oxygen around his body.
Emergency vet Lisa Chimes is almost certain the cat has swallowed human medication.
I think he's had paracetamol toxicity. His gums, his lips are all swollen. Paracetamol causes damage to the red blood cells so that they can't carry oxygen around the body. And when you can't carry oxygen around the body, you can't get oxygen to the brain and you die.
In a cruel irony, the cat's name is Lucky. There is an antidote for paracetamol poisoning, but its effectiveness depends on how long the toxin has been in Lucky's system.
Paracetamol can kill a cat within 4 hours, so we really have to act quickly. Yeah, baby, it's okay.
At the Australian Reptile Park, marsupial keeper Tim Faulkner has another difficult case for Chris.
All right, put her in there.
A 4-year-old Tasmanian devil with a seriously infected teat.
So we know when she had Joey's last year that it obviously wasn't like that.
Yeah, exactly.
And it did go down when the Joeys were weaned.
Yeah.
It did go down, and it come back up after that. Sorry, Black.
That teat itself is really ballooning out dramatically. Now, it's almost 10 times its normal size. It's red, it's inflamed, it's enlarged. Alarm bells are ringing.
The situation is even more critical because of Blackie's special status. A vicious disease called devil facial tumour has wiped out more than half the devils in Tasmania. Blackie was shipped to the mainland to ensure the species' survival.
Come on, Black. You're all right.
There, come on, girl. This species is on the brink of extinction, and without good breeders like Blackie around, that's the way it's heading. The problem is that that's not going to be functional.
Yeah, that's right. No Joey can attach to it.
Sadly, Blackie is now facing an altogether different, life-threatening disease.
There's a lot of things it could be. The one I'm really worried about, though, is cancer. It's very enlarged, it's very ugly, it's very inflamed, very red. That's how cancer looks.
Hang on. Okay, stop it.
It's all right, sweetie, calm down.
No, come on. It's all right. Hey, kitty. We can't give you an antidote if you keep moving. Come on. Okay, just get that oxygen mask on. We're stabilising him at the moment and he looks pretty bad, but I have seen cats that are this bad get better, so we're doing our best to pull him through this.
Lisa needs to ask the owner, Wendy, for permission to give Lucky the antidote.
We're not going to see the results straight away.
How long does it take?
I mean, he could take several days to get better, and I can't guarantee you that he's going to recover from this. But he still might not get better. Okay, we're going to give him his best shot and do absolutely everything we can, but I can't promise you anything. Okay.
Lucky's been with us since he was 2 or 3 weeks old. He's like our own little baby, really. You know, we syringe fed him. Got the photo. He's just like one of the family. Our little baby. I had no idea that paracetamol could do that sort of thing, you know, but I know he certainly didn't get it from us.
Okay, keep it still because you might jump here. We're looking to see what comes out of that syringe. If it's very firm and if we get cells or tissue out of there, that's bad because that implies that it's cancerous. If we get fluid, however, that's good news. It could be a cyst. It's very diagnostic and pretty simple and very quick. We'll have an answer very quickly.
Just pull the stuff out.
Pass.
Fluid.
Good?
Yeah, it looks like a cyst.
Good news.
See how that's collapsed right down?
Yep. Quite a bit in there.
There is, and there's probably more to come too.
Oh, great. Relieved. I mean, cancer is a big word, you know, and I had a lump in my throat for a minute there, but when I seen that fluid come out, and from what Chris had said, I was really happy, really happy.
This is what's actually in there. See how it's really watery?
Yeah.
The infection has been caused by a blocked milk gland.
Very awkward to hold it.
Yeah.
Chris is now attempting to draw out more fluid, but Blackie is becoming very distressed.
We're not going to have much longer in here. I'm getting harder and harder to hold her.
All right, we're almost done. You can see that when I squeeze that...
Come on, Black, you're all right.
There, come on, girl. The concern is, though, that when you've got fluid in a spot like that, it can very easily get infected.
Yep.
And it could go from being a cyst to being basically an abscess.
The solution's easy, antibiotics. The hard part is giving a needle to a highly agitated devil.
Now, just to reduce the risk of...
Just watch it, because she will swing right around.
Okay, I'm fast, mate.
Yeah, she is too. The front's got canines and the back is scissor-like shearers, so, you know, they'll take a finger in half. Just be ready for her to swing, because she's pretty fired up. And they don't look like she's going to turn around, but she will very, very quickly.
Okay. Ready?
Done. Easy. She can go away?
Yeah, she can go.
Okay.
She can go.
Nearly over.
Anyway, in she dives. The chances of her breeding again are dependent on how well that teat's going to function. But if we can keep that healthy, keep it clean, then she could be mum again. And for the species, that'd be fantastic news.
What's happening?
Just really shallow breathing. And it did stop for a little bit.
Okay, can we get the crash cart? Lucky's just crashed and it's happened before we've even had a chance to give him the antidote. Is there a laryngoscope anywhere? Yeah, he's just arrested.
The toxin has shut down Lucky's system. His heart has stopped beating and he can no longer breathe on his own.
We're giving the antidote while we're doing CPR. His chances aren't very good, but we've got to give everything we've got to get him home to Wendy. Sophia, do you want to stop for 1 second so I can see if we've got a... Oh, there's some P waves. Okay. What are my chances?
In the heart of Bondi Junction, 7 Staffordshire Terrier pups are causing havoc at their home in a fancy dress store.
Oh, you rat.
Renegade will be the first to leave home.
It is sad. I'm still trying to fight the fact that I'm going to maybe keep the other 6. I think I'll be sad if any of them leave Bondi.
But before Renegade can go to his new home, Nerida's taking the whole family to the Bondi Clinic for their vaccinations.
And they're still asleep.
Chris has just returned from the reptile park and is back in his comfort zone.
Mona doesn't do a lot, does she?
The team includes Mona,
3.64 kilos.
Spanky.
Do you want to tell me how you got the name Spanky?
Buckwheat,
6.
Alfalfa,
7. It's 8.
and Miss Lilu.
At 6 weeks of age, they're just so fragile. Their immune systems are really underdeveloped. So the fact is, vaccinations are a must, and they've got to be on time. Sure, give them all the love and attention you want, but just don't forget their shots. Thanks.
How's that for a reaction?
So I'm pleased to say the entire gang is fit and healthy, but I've got one concern. Nerida. She's going to go through some serious heartbreak when she has to say goodbye to these puppies. Got a beautiful family, Nerida. Come on, guys.
Very heavy. So I have my own personal puppy carrier now.
Come on, kitty. Hey, come on, Lucky. He's called Lucky.
Oh,
never call a cat Lucky. Never call a cat Lucky. But be lucky, okay?
Lisa is administering more atropine and adrenaline in a last desperate attempt to save Lucky.
Oh. Come on. She loves him so much. Unfortunately, Lucky hasn't made it, and we did absolutely everything we could to try and get him through this, and the toxin had just taken effect, and it's too late.
Wendy is convinced someone deliberately gave Lucky the paracetamol.
You're pretty angry now.
You know, I'm very angry that people are that wicked out there that they can kill little animals. They're so helpless, you know. And he was so loving. It's like losing one of your children, you know. It's just heartbreaking.
It is extremely important that people realise how toxic paracetamol is to animals, especially cats. And we've just seen Lucky lose his life because of paracetamol, and people just need to be aware of how deadly it is.
What you got here?
Yeah, there's some ducklings in there.
Hey, Mum.
Chris has received an urgent call from Barry, a member of the wildlife rescue group Wires.
Probably not the place to raise kids on a building site, is it?
No.
We've been called out to a house that's under construction because the neighbours have seen there's a family of ducklings trying to eke out a living in the family swimming pool. Only problem is there were 4 yesterday, there's now 3. We'll just approach slowly here. The house isn't a place for these ducklings to be raised. There's obviously predators around. We need to get the ducklings, catch them all, try to get the mother as well, and then relocate them to a safer place. We want to keep the family unit together, so we need to approach this very carefully with a very distinct plan. Could be getting dirty here, Barry. Could be getting very dirty and very wet.
The pool is putrid. full of plastic bags that could easily drown the ducklings if they got trapped.
We lost one last night by the sounds of it. We don't want to lose another one. Plus there's a big storm approaching. We have to act and really act now. In your world now, aren't I, ducks? I've got to say I'm a little bit nervous because this is a tricky place to work. We're dealing with wild animals that are going to be scared of us. Keeping them all together is going to be really, really difficult. One hell of a challenge.
The mother is now secure in the holding cage. That's supposed to be the trickiest part over. But the ducklings are showing no signs of coming quietly.
We've been really successful in grabbing 2 of the 3 ducklings, but there's one still in there that thinks it's a Red October. It's the submarine duck. How do you do that? Where? Oh. Every time you go near it, just goes under and away. Okay, where are you going to come up? And you have no idea, you can't see anything underneath there. Very smart duck. That was a good move. Even though this is a very good tactic from the duckling, the worry is that if you get stuck underneath one of these plastic bags, it's going to suffocate. Oh, I don't even want to know what that is.
Chris has decided to use a new tactic to get hold of the last elusive duckling.
He was just sitting with his nose under the water like he was hiding. Because we just want to keep him out of the water because he's very good in the water. Little Thorpey. I think I've got you. Little submarine duck. You see the family? Feeling really relieved. That could have gone really pear-shaped very quickly. If Mum had decided to take off down the central runway here, out, that could have been the end of the family, but we managed to get her quickly, and with a bit of extra hassle, grab the babies as well. So, great result. Now, take them to a good spot, release them. Hopefully the family has many more happy years ahead.
Meanwhile, at Bondi Junction, Nerida is preparing herself to say goodbye to the first of her 7 pups.
I believe this belongs to you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Officially belongs to you.
One less mouth to feed.
One less, yeah.
One more for me.
Renegade's new owner, Dave, is a builder in the local area.
He gets to come to work every day with us, hang out at the beach, do everything, you know, a dog should do. It's going to be all good. I'm going to see Mama as well. See ya.
It is hard with all of them, and it's going to be harder because she's here every day with us as well. So, but that's all right. They're all going to good homes, and I still have 6 more. It totally sucks.
Going to refer it to the manager, are you? Are you the manager? Talk to you about accommodation? Hey, guys, kids are around, all right? No fighting. We'll just be up here.
Chris and Barry are relocating the mother and her 3 ducklings to a much safer home at Centennial Park.
Do you ever get the feeling you're being followed, Barry? Seem to have upset the local order.
After the stagnant water in the pool at their last address, this is paradise.
I'm guessing because you're the feisty one, you're the submarine duck. They're going to be relying on you. Look out for your brothers and sisters, all right? Okay. You go out there now and you enjoy yourself, okay? Stay safe. That's great. Good result, mate.
Good one.
Good on you.
We've had some pretty unusual orphans land on the front doorstep of the clinic, but I've got to say this latest one, she's something special.
The Bondi Clinic has been a foster home for everything from possums to birds, even joeys. But in a few short days, Pan, the baby goat, has really settled in.
Not exactly a help around the clinic, you wouldn't say. Pan has a chew first, ask questions later approach to most things in life.
Oh, we love having Pan here.
The vet nurses have all fallen so in love with Pan.
but there's a very special attachment between Liesl and her. Never lets her out of her sight. If you ask me, Pan thinks Liesl's a mum.
She just kind of puts a smile on your face when you see her. When you hear her, you walk past in a bad mood and you hear her and, man, oh, someone loves me.
As much as we do love having Pan around here, the reality is a vet clinic isn't the ideal home. She's eating anything and everything, so we've got to find a place for her in Bondi. That's not going to be easy. They've got to understand her needs.
At reception, a seriously injured 8-month-old kitten has just been rushed in.
Can we see you, vet, please?
Yeah, no, I'll get Chris for you straight away. Just take a seat there.
Thank you. Cheers.
Blackie belongs to Michael's elderly parents.
Tell me what's happened.
Okay, well, he disappeared for a day and a half, mate, and all of a sudden he's just rocked up in the back porch and he's been meowing and, you know, he was actually dragging himself in.
So he dragged himself into the backyard?
Yeah.
Jeez. So no idea of what's happened?
No idea. It doesn't look like there's any blood, so...
Yeah. This might hurt a bit, mate. Come on.
Doesn't look right, does it?
No, the front legs are working okay there.
Yeah.
It's got strength there, but
look at that back leg there.
Yeah, that's what worries me. So it's just hanging limp there?
His back legs are basically in an absolute mess. That right leg is just hanging there with no sensation, no movement whatsoever. But to be honest with you, it's the other leg that I'm looking at most intently, because if that leg can't be salvaged, then Blackie has no hope. If he can't straighten out that leg, he can't support weight on that leg.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, mate, this could be a real problem.
Come on, little girl, please.
At Bondi's referral hospital sash, 8-year-old Kelpie Jessie is in bad shape.
She has chicken carcasses for dinner and she ended up kind of staggering around, short of breath. I'm thinking, oh, what's the matter? And then she brought it up and I thought, she's fine. She said, I thought, oh no.
Just backtracking to last night when she had dinner, did she swallow normally? Was she able to eat her dinner normally?
She ate the whole dinner. Yeah. They have, she has 3 chicken carcasses and she ate the 3 of them.
Let's take a look at her.
No, this is not like her at all.
Vet Lisa Chimes is handling the emergency.
I can't feel anything obvious, although these things you can't always feel easily. She's really salivating a lot and it's pouring out her mouth, and that could be either because she's nauseous or because she's actually got something stuck in the esophagus. Good girl, Jessie.
X-rays are needed immediately to confirm Lisa's fears.
If it's a chicken bone stuck in Jessie's esophagus, she can be in real trouble because it can perforate the lining of the esophagus, it can bleed, and she'll be in serious pain, and we really need to act quickly. We're going to hopefully have some answers for you, okay? And we'll take good care of her. This must be really hard for Margaret because she just has to wait until we've got the results.
I thought we'd take a full body shot first, just to really check out exactly what's going on.
In the X-ray room at Bondi, Blackie is undergoing crucial tests.
There's no feeling at all in that tail,
No, there's not.
Are you seeing in the room? This is just a bit of a check everything shot. What's that?
Look at my boobs. It's my possum.
It's hard to avoid them right now. What is that?
It's a baby possum.
In the middle of the X-rays, another of the clinic's orphans has suddenly appeared.
Thought you'd slipped a chicken fillet there for a second.
Chicken fillet. Oh. It's actually the best way to warm him up.
Oh, I'm sure it is. Whatever gets you going, so.
The possum should survive, but sadly Blackie's X-rays reveal sickening injuries. One back leg is paralysed and the other has been badly fractured.
In terms of a cat having so many things wrong with it that you teeter in the brink of wondering whether it's actually worth keeping on going, Blackie's that cat. What he's been through and the injuries he has are just amazing. His right leg should be sitting like this one here.
Why is it so far back?
See how there it's been pushed right through? So he's fractured his right femur, his right leg, basically where it inserts into the hip joint. has been rammed right through.
That's horrible.
He's never going to walk again with a leg like that. I know it's hard to take, but looking at that, we're going to have to amputate that leg. It just puts into perspective what he's done to actually get home, though. Dragging 2 broken legs.
He's a fighter, mate, that's for sure.
Telling anyone that their much-loved pet is going to lose a leg, it's one of the toughest jobs a vet has. You don't want to be in that situation, trust me.
Blackie's chances of survival now depend on complex reconstructive surgery to fix his fractured left back leg. There are no guarantees.
Put some pins in there to stabilise that fracture.
Right.
If we don't do that, I'm sorry to say, there's nothing we can do. I'll level with you. To me, that looks like he's been kicked from behind.
Just knowing that somebody out there could have inflicted this horrific injuries to Blackie, it's just horrible, isn't it?
What, for a laugh, for a cheap shot, to impress your mates? I don't know, but it sickens me.
Do your tricks, mate, and get him through, get him over the line.
Sure, we will, mate.
I just hope he's going to be okay. I'll be praying for him.
You're not feeling so good right now, are you? Good girl, Jess.
X-rays show a suspicious cloudy area near her esophagus. It seems almost certain Jessie's meal of chicken carcasses is now threatening her life.
So we're going to put the endoscope down. I look down her esophagus. It's very important that we go nice and slowly and make sure we don't miss anything along the way.
Vet Darren Foster must perform an urgent endoscopy using a flexible camera to hunt down the obstruction.
Oh, something there.
Here.
There you go.
It's like a little bit of bony material.
Long forceps are now used to try and remove the painful obstruction.
It looks a bit brutal, but we are being gentle. And you can see the forceps just going in. We'll just grab this fatty little bit at the end. Okay, let's see if we can pull it out now. A small, tiny bit of chicken fat. Looks like we might be doing this piece by piece.
Excellent.
It'll be a long process.
This must be really uncomfortable for her. I mean, no wonder the poor dog was salivating and groaning. She must have been in a lot of pain. Must be agony.
That leg's still pretty useless,
Yeah, it is.
Hey, you'd be better off without it, mate.
Blackie is about to undergo a marathon double operation. The kitten's life depends on it.
It's just amazing, isn't it? He's so agreeable to anything you do to him.
Yeah, he hasn't stopped purring the whole way through.
Chris and Dr. Tony Mossman will both be operating on Blackie. Tony is the clinic's orthopaedic expert.
All right, the moment of truth for Blackie. So I'm going to take off the right leg with amputation first of all, and Tony steps in and reconstructs that left leg. So let's go for it. I guess that an amputation sounds simple enough. It's just a matter of getting the leg off, but you do have to be careful, obviously, for the fact that there is a very big artery, a very big vein, and also a nerve in there. You've got to find those, just delicately remove them, tie them off, and then get on with business.
We're back up to 99.
Okay. There we go. There you go, Blackie. That's it.
End of an era.
Job is now half done. We've managed to get that leg off. We now move on to the other side and complete the job.
Yeah, jackpot.
Nice, big, meaty piece of chicken neck.
At SASH, Lisa and Darren are finally making progress with Jessie's endoscopy.
Now what we have to make sure is that that's all there is down there.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, that is disgusting.
Disgusting.
How long has it been down there?
A day now.
A day.
So
Lovely.
lucky we got it out tonight.
Surely there can't be any more down there now.
God.
Separate this fracture.
So what we're going to do here is put a stainless steel wire to stop it rotating, and then we put a small pin up the centre which holds it in position.
Blackie's major operation is continuing. Chris has already amputated the kitten's right leg. Now it's up to Tony to piece back together his other fractured leg.
Okay, now just put that back into position.
You just use the same tools at home, wouldn't you, Tony, to fix a broken chair or two?
Absolutely.
Chris, Tony did my cupboards as well.
Really?
Yes, he did. Multi-talented.
Good job.
Very good job, yeah.
They're still standing?
Okay.
Still standing.
Straight?
That
was good. Looking good for you, Blackie.
Hasn't fallen over. Now,
No.
all we need now is the mallet. This pin now we'll drive up so that it's level with his joint surface, and that'll stay there permanently. Now test his leg.
Cats like Blackie can cope with only 3 legs, but having already lost one, it makes this reconstructive surgery even more critical.
It's obviously repairing legs is always important, but in Blackie's case, this just has to be 100% straight and support all that weight, because if it doesn't work, Blackie can't walk, and that'd be it. That'd be no future for Blackie.
Is that the beach? Is that the beach? Come on. Where are you? Come on. You Fruit Loop.
While the search continues for a new home for Pan,
You gonna go say hello to anyone?
Liesl has decided to immerse the kid in Bondi's beach culture.
Come and say hello. Come here. Are you scared, Kobe? No. You can feel her little horns coming through too.
At first they're unsure. Is it a goat? No, it can't be a goat. No, it's a dog. It's one of those special dog breeds. No, I think it's a goat. It's a goat. It's hilarious.
You are such a show-off.
Meanwhile, at the clinic, Pan's fate is being decided.
Thank you. Okay, we'll talk to you soon. Bye. Wow, it's good news for Pan. So Vaucluse House have offered to take her and her vices, and they're willing to take her straight away.
Vaucluse House is an historic mansion open to the public. Just a few days ago, one of its oldest residents, Lady, finally succumbed to old age. Now Pan will take her place.
The only problem now, though, is breaking this to Liesl. She's going to be devastated.
Little girl doing all right? Yep. This is the bit that's causing all the trouble, I think, then.
After painstakingly removing large pieces of chicken meat and fat from 8-year-old Jessie, vet Darren Foster finally discovers the real culprit.
Oh. That's the bit that's causing all the trouble. See how sharp that is at the end? That may have caused a bit of damage to her esophagus, particularly because it's been there for a day, so we better go and have a look down her esophagus and make sure there's not too much damage. And you can see now it's removed. There's some puncture holes in her esophagus there, so that'll be incredibly painful for her. If we hadn't got that out, eventually what would happen is that the bone in the esophagus would perforate, so it would go all the way through the lining of the esophagus, and she would end up with a chest infection with bacteria, and that would be pretty much fatal.
The next 4 days will be critical for Jessie. If the bone has permanently damaged her esophagus, she'll never eat properly again.
So we've started her on some strong pain relief and antacid medication, and hopefully it will heal quite quickly, but that has got to hurt. That is just so sharp.
This is outrageous. What have we got here? Hey Michael, how you going? Good, thanks. Hello, how are you? I'm Chris.
It's the morning after Blackie's amputation, and the kitten's owner, Andrea, has just arrived bearing gifts.
Black. Blackie, come on, Blackie, madam, that's really good.
She's a bit shocked with what she sees. But I think it's a bit different. You're not shocked?
I'm okay, no.
Yeah.
No. Because my husband lost their finger, I got to hospital. You okay, Mrs. Angeli? I'm all right. No, nothing else.
She's just saying that it's just a shame what's happened to him. He shouldn't have to go through this. That's what she's saying.
But I can tell that he's happy to see you. I can feel that he's purring, and when he stretches his feet out like that, it's a sign of comfort.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, it's nice.
The next step for Blackie is intensive physiotherapy.
There's still a little bit of swelling around the wound there, which we'd expect.
Yeah.
But he's not progressing as quickly as Chris would like.
We always give in.
She gives in. You give in.
The kitten will need tough love if he's ever going to get through the pain barrier and walk again.
Good boy. Jessie, I have a visitor.
Hello, beautiful. Who's that?
It's just 24 hours since Jessie was rushed into Sash to remove a chicken carcass stuck in her esophagus.
Yeah, that is disgusting.
Jessie's a very lucky dog. It's great that we got it out early enough and the damage is only minimal and hopefully she'll go on to lead a normal life.
Now, this is the old Jessie. Come here. Little girl, come here.
I don't think Margaret's going to be feeding Jessie chicken carcasses for a while. I'm sure she's quite traumatised by this whole experience.
I couldn't even sleep till about 2 o'clock last night. But this is her normal self. You want to go for a walk?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. This is normal, girl. You're in a hurry.
Yeah, go for your life. So you can have fresh fruit and veg all the time when you're down there.
It's a sad day for surrogate mum Liesl. Pan is departing for her new home at Vaucluse House.
Oh, it's really hard. She's my baby, and it's like watching her go off to school for the first day or something, I think. Bye, Bondi Junction. Oh, this is gorgeous. Guess I've got to go, huh? Yeah, but I'll come visit you as much as I can, I promise.
As you can see how much the two of them have bonded. It's hard on Liesl, but it's just the same. It's hard on Pan. Let's try and leave for them.
Yeah.
Sorry, Pan. I'm sorry, Pan. All right. Bye, Pan.
Ma! It's like hearing your baby cry. Don't forget me, okay? Oh.
Blackie, you ready? You gonna show off? Show them what you can do. Come, Blackie. Oh, wow. Look at that. Hey! You're gonna run off and hide. I think so.
After 2 weeks of rehabilitation, Blackie, the now 3-legged cat, is ready to go home.
Blackie's just made a truly incredible recovery and I'm almost in awe of the little guy.
Over the moon, mate. This is awesome. This is great.
In the little roll there.
Yeah.
He's just getting used to his new body and the way it works now.
Yeah. Think of that. That's awesome.
See, Black. See, mate, you stay out of trouble, all right?
I'm just totally thrilled. I can't believe it. When I saw him the other day, he was just like down and out, but seeing him today and the way he's been moving around and that, no, I'm just totally shocked more than anything. But it's a great result.
Blackie is now back to the good life at home with grateful owners Andrea and Antonius.
She's just happy, you know, big wife.
Yeah, very happy.
Yes, you're right. Thank you very much. Love me everything. Thank you. Thank you very much.
How you going?
Chris Brown?
I am, yeah.
How are you, mate? I'm really pleased to see you.
Yeah, what have we got here?
Chris has just received an urgent call from staff at a high-rise shopping centre in Bondi Junction.
Man, he's a peregrine falcon.
I know.
I've got to say, I'm amazed that they've managed to catch him and catch him so effectively. These guys normally put up one hell of a fight. They've got huge talons, a very powerful beak. They'll shred you if they get a chance. So you've seen him before?
Oh, mate, he's part of the family up here. The cleaners have named him. That's either Frank or Judy. We don't know which one it is.
Bruce Campbell is the security manager.
He or she usually lives on that tower, and then the pair that are mating are around here.
On the rooftop, Bruce shows Chris where the family of peregrine falcons has made its home.
Here we go. It's coming out of the sun now. Look at that. It's
straight down. Gee, she's fast.
Another one.
These birds are lethal killing machines and can fly at a speed of more than 200 kilometres per hour.
So that's the mate right there?
That's the mate, yeah.
So the nest is over here?
Chris needs to take the sick bird to the clinic for treatment, but Bruce is worried the patient is leaving behind a mate and chicks.
We have heard the babies up there. We haven't heard them for the last couple of days.
There's nothing there, is there?
No.
He looks like a young adult, just based around his plumage. So why he's here, why he is so sick, it's all a bit of a mystery.
He's important to us. He's very important to us, this bird.
I'll talk to you soon, though.
Take care, Doc. Catch you soon.
Andrew, this is from the retriever. They're here. They're just coming out of the car. They're the radiographs.
Is this the bloated one?
Yeah, it's bloated. The owner's really distressed.
Oh, I think dog will be a bit distressed too. That's got to be a GDV for sure. That's full of air and that looks like she's got a bit of a twist in it. So let's go find her.
Okay.
Cheers.
X-rays show 6-year-old Jasmine has a deadly condition called gastric dilation volvulus, where the stomach twists and stops blood getting to the heart.
If we don't do something now, she'll die. I mean, it's simple as that.
I didn't feed her till 12 o'clock last night. Then she threw up between 1 and 1:30. I let her outside and she's a great hunter.
Right.
She disappeared for about an hour and then came back.
Right.
And she threw up another 3 times during the night.
By morning, Jasmine's stomach had blown up.
I can't tell what I have to
You've
accept.
done them before? Right?
Plenty.
And you have had success, some success?
Oh, I would say 80 to 90% of dogs do very well.
Right.
There's a good reason for Ross's interrogation. 2 years ago, he lost another curly-coated retriever to the killer condition.
As long as I'm not getting some intern working on it, or something like this,
No. I'll
Because,
be the one.
Obviously, I don't know you guys.
No, appreciate it.
You've been recommended and all that.
Yeah. No, I'll be doing the surgery. I'm a specialist. I've done
okay.
hundreds. There we go. That's fine. The best thing we can do for now is get some of that air out. And the best way to do that is to literally stick a needle or a trocar in there and let it hiss out like a balloon empty.
Jersey.
That's what I wanted to do. You can hear that?
Right.
So we're just getting all that gas out of there, so they'll just make it feel much more comfortable. What causes GDVs? There's a whole lot of things, but it is associated often when they've had a meal, then they go and run around a bit, and for whatever reason, maybe the stomach's a bit heavy and it just flips on itself, twists, and as soon as it does that, as I said, the stomach just starts blowing up, it can't empty, and then they very, very rapidly decline. So yeah, I mean, it is difficult, and especially with Ross, he is on edge and he's pushing to say, it's going to be okay, and I can't promise that. Really, I don't know how bad she is inside until I'm in there. And I could get in there and find that her stomach's black and most of it's died, and that's awful. I mean, her chances of survival, if that's the case, it's just woeful.
Good luck.
Thanks, Ross. Luck always helps. See how we go.
I don't think that's pain that he's responding to there.
No, I think he's just frightened.
Chris is back at the clinic, investigating why Frank the falcon can no longer fly.
When you first get presented a big bird like this, you'd be thinking that, hey, it's flown into a window or it's had an injury whilst it's been flying. But I can't see anything there. There are no fractures that I can feel in his wings. His legs feel pretty much intact. He just feels a bit skinny. So it's a bit of a mystery as to why he's now so ill that he can't even get up into the sky. The falcon yoga.
It appears Frank is suffering from a combination of exhaustion and malnourishment.
See in the corner of the mouth?
Yes, yeah, I do.
What? Looks like a big plaque of fungus, so thrush. And that is a classic sign of weakness in birds.
Yeah.
So that little yeast, if it gets a chance, just grabs hold of their immune system if it is weakened.
Yeah.
And starts to grow and makes feeding difficult. And it can extend down
It compromises the
their
bird.
throat a little bit, yeah.
Frank needs antifungal medication and antibiotics immediately.
His immune system has to do the rest. The medication will help, but it's up to Frankie.
Chris is also concerned about the condition of Frank's mate and chicks still at the top of the tower.
What's happening with those chicks? Are they being cared for? Are they in good health? Are they unable to be fed without Frankie being there?
He's saying, feed me, I'm hungry. Good boy.
It's one way to keep you quiet.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
I think that's confirmed the fact he's a male.
Definitely.
Food does keep him quiet.
Plus his mouthy as well.
I wasn't going to say that. I guess what I'm most happy about right now is the fact that he's a lot more alert, he's a lot more feisty, he's pecking at my finger, and he's really keen on this meat. Ah, that was me. Finger.
It's twisted 180 degrees on its axis, so it's, you know, it's what we expected. So I've just got to get in there and flick it back into the right position, then we can have a look at what the stomach's doing and see if it's damaged at all. So I'll just see if I can get in there.
Well done, Andrew.
Stomach's a bit bruised, but considering she's potentially been bloated for about 12 hours, it's actually remarkably good. If we didn't get onto this very quickly and didn't operate, she'd die. I think another hour or so and she'd have been collapsed in a heap on the ground.
The time is the essence, and that's where I've fallen down, you know, with this one.
Ross has already lost one pet, Axel, to the killer condition.
You know, he's on my screensaver, so I can still say hello to him. You know, he was something really special.
Now Andrew needs to make sure Jasmine never suffers another attack. He stitches her stomach to the wall of the abdomen so it can't move.
Blood pressure's been all right, still? And I think your chances are fantastic now, but I always worry for that first 24-hour period.
Oh,
Happy?
Oh, well, we hang in there. Goes on, doesn't it? Because, as I say, that's what happened with the other one. We took him home. And it was as if he just wanted to say goodbye to us, you know. It was dreadful. So we'll just see, you know. She's not with us, is she? Yeah, okay. Hang in there, Jazzy.
She's had better days.
So this is where the action's happening?
Yes, this is where they live. They're free range in the backyard.
After feeding Frank, Chris is on the road to answer an SOS call from Linda.
So he just hassles her and just...
Yes.
When he's not in his little chastity cage, he's...
Yes, he jumps on her a lot. He tries to make babies. Do you want me to get him out?
I wouldn't mind seeing it.
Bunny's fallen in love with his Flemish giant flatmate. He just won't leave 5-year-old Archelina alone.
So, Chris, you can see the problems we're having.
Fairly, I don't know, I mean, it's a pretty subtle gesture that Bunny...
Naughty Bunny, naughty boy, naughty.
The thing about rabbits is they grow up very fast. They're sexually mature from 8 weeks of age. He's 4 months of age, so he's almost in his prime.
But, Chris, you must know yourself how awful it is when you get unwanted attention from the opposite sex. So it's horrible, isn't it?
I wouldn't know what you're talking about. I've never had unwanted attention of that variety, if that's what you mean.
Poor Archie, look. It's disgusting. And it gets very tiresome for Archie. Oh dear, Bunny, stop it.
So we need to castrate him.
Okay, wow. But he's a bit small, isn't he?
No, they're there.
They're there.
Oh,
That's
there.
good. Okay. Yeah. Oop, he doesn't like that.
So the only real solution here is the snip. Get rid of those hormones altogether and hopefully Bunny will start behaving himself. But that's no guarantee. You see, this could be dominance related rather than hormone related. If that's the case, then Bunny needs a new address.
Bunny, put it away.
Now, Chris, you're not going to believe this. I think this is the partner to the falcon.
You're kidding.
No. Oh, God.
In a strange twist of fate, a second falcon has been rescued from their home at the top of a Bondi shopping centre.
Gee, she's feisty.
Just like her partner Frank, Judy can't fly. But despite her weak condition, she's putting up a good fight.
This is a real handful. She's a real wriggler. And also, you get it wrong and she launches those talons or a beak right into you. She really doesn't have much to her body. She's really skinny. To get one peregrine falcon a year would be incredible. To get two in the space of a couple of days is truly remarkable.
Frank is suffering from a thrush infection in the mouth, but Judy is showing no symptoms.
Hey, I hate to say it, but you got to start thinking that they could have been poisoned. These are the greatest flies in the world, yet they can't even get off the ground. Something's going on. Frank, Judy, Frank, you know each other. I've got this nagging concern. If she's here and if he's already here, who's looking after the babies? Those chicks now are all alone without anyone to care for them, and that's a big worry.
Chris immediately contacted security manager Bruce Campbell, and they're now heading up to the Falcons' penthouse home.
Chicks were heard recently, but there's been no sound of...
Two other members of this extended peregrine falcon family are becoming aggressive towards the intruders.
They double team me into the sun and then swoop me in. I don't feel safe up here. Can I get a helmet? All right, so we'll get over the edge here. Be glad to know I'm okay with heights.
Are you sure, mate?
Yeah.
A pole cam has been rigged to try to locate the chicks.
All right, so I might get you on the monitor if I can, Bruce.
All right, mate, you got this?
Yeah, I've got that. I hope I've got it. It's there?
Go down a bit more. Okay, left. Go left a bit.
Yeah, how's that?
Just down a little bit.
We're 200 metres up and their nest is down on a ledge 20 metres below us. It's a hell of a place to get to.
Little bit. Okay, stop.
You got
that's really good, mate. You can definitely see a nest.
If the chicks are still alive, they've now been on their own for more than a day.
Stop there. Mate, it's pretty dark up the back.
Yeah.
Looks like there's a bone in there. Lots of poo.
The fact is, if we do see chicks down there alive, we've really got to swing into a full-on rescue operation straight away. Plenty of activity, plenty of bird poo around.
There's lots of bird poo, but I can't see any sign of life, unfortunately.
No movement at all?
No movement at all, mate. Very disappointing, yeah. We have everything set up here with this window cleaning module, and the plan was going to be to lower that down and get right in there, and we could have retrieved the chicks.
It's sad, isn't it? So with no signs of life in that nest, my priority has to be Mum and Dad. Frank and Judy have to get better again, and if we can get them back up here, they've got many more years of breeding ahead.
Oh, he's very upset.
Well, at least we've got it on video, huh? You can look back on the good days.
Yes.
At the clinic, the love-struck bunny has arrived for his delicate operation.
You look after him, won't you?
I will, don't worry.
He is very special to us, despite his debauchery.
He's very special, I'll give you that.
I feel that I'm taking away his, his manhood, emasculating him. Same way my partner feels, really, most days.
Operating on a tiny subject like Bunny is difficult.
He's got this ability, even under anaesthetic, to actually suck them back in. So you touch them and he'll subconsciously pull them back into his body. So once you've got one, you hold on to it. That's it. One of the great careers cut tragically short. No more for Bunny.
Now the big question is, has the desexing worked? Will the giant Archelina finally live a peaceful life?
We won't know, probably even for another month or so, whether this has been a success.
Oh, that's nice, huh? Good girl. Here's your tummy.
At Sash, Andrew's happy with Jasmine's progress, but still cautious.
Good.
The 6-year-old was close to death with a twisted stomach.
She's still not 100% out of the woods. I'm not going to promise anything to Ross until I'm, a gazillion% sure.
Back at Bondi, Chris is ready to release the falcons.
The fact is, you can almost kill them with kindness. If you keep them in captivity for too long, they become quite unfit and they almost forget what is required to survive out there. Ah, yeah, that's really clamping down there. Oh. Is this the thanks for the hospitality?
Both Frank and Judy have been treated with antibiotics and appear to be much stronger.
Clear for takeoff?
But no one can predict if they still possess the will to fly.
Hello, sweetheart. Time for you to go home. Come on, Shook. Here you go. Oh, good girl. I don't have any food for you. Your dad might, though.
A much happier Jasmine is about to be reunited with Ross.
I think she realises now.
Now she's got it, yeah.
Ross is finally convinced that Andrew was the right man for the job.
And, I actually went home and Googled Andrew. And, I was satisfied with, what had come up there. And he's obviously, a really top vet.
As soon as I saw what a stomach looked like, I thought, right, she'll be fine. I wasn't going to tell you that because you didn't want to hear it.
No. It's just a totally horrible thing to go through, and you feel guilty yourself that you've actually created the problem because, they just mean so much to you. They're part of the family. Regular star, aren't you, Jasmine?
As for Loverboy Bunny, the operation worked, and Archelina is one relieved rabbit.
He doesn't seem to be very interested at all anymore. So he and Archie are just good friends now. It's purely platonic. Isn't it, Bun?
Are we going to do it at the same time?
No, we'll do one at a time.
Okay.
And finally, the ultimate moment for Frank and Judy. They have to fly to survive.
You recognise this, mate? Recognise that view anywhere, wouldn't you?
Frank is hesitant about his first leap of faith.
You never know. You get here and you just never know what's going to happen. And right now he's just assessing the wind conditions.
Yeah.
Wind out of the southeast at 5 knots, gusting up to 7.
Put a bit of flap on the right rudder.
Adjust the flaps.
He's starting to perk up. Look at him. Oh, look at that, mate. That's awesome.
Either way.
That is fantastic.
And soaring. Go, Frankie.
Look at him, mate. You got her?
Yeah. She's not going to waste her time here.
Now it's Judy's turn. Will this release be a complete success?
Come on, gorgeous. Look at that. Come on, gorgeous, show us some wing.
Judy's been on the ledge for more than 5 minutes and no sign of takeoff.
I think us being here as well is probably worrying a little bit.
You want to back off a bit?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Turns out Judy just needs to answer another call of nature first.
You see that?
Hope she doesn't backflip off.
Very sorry about that. You got to lessen your weight before you take
exactly,
off.
Exactly, mate. Yeah, drop some ballast.
The reality is that their wings do stiffen up, and she just loses the fitness, and away she goes. Awesome. Just awesome.
Good job, mate.
Good work, mate.
That's absolutely awesome.
You love these, don't you?
We do, mate. We love them.
I can tell.
Yeah. I just work here. They live here, mate. This is their home, and this is just, it's fantastic, mate. Absolutely fantastic. Well done, mate.
Oh, look at this. Here.
So just tell me what's happened.
Staffy came and he just jumped on us.
Okay.
There was 4 of us there trying to get him off.
Yeah.
4 of us, and we couldn't make him let go.
Can you tell him? Obviously, he's been grabbed at the back here. Where else was he grabbed?
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Wouldn't stop, and I was shaking him like he was a piece of rubbish.
I'm doing my best. We're just trying to assess what state he's in right now, and then work out a plan from there. Okay. But we're looking after him.
Please, I love him.
What's his name?
Garfield.
Garfield has been mauled in a local Bondi park by a Staffordshire Terrier.
He's just going to pick up on your vibes right now, unless you can just keep calm.
I'll send him.
Okay,
Look at him, he's covered in the saliva.
Yeah, I know.
Rita is the tiny Maltese Terrier's owner.
Is he going to be all right?
All right. So we're going to do, we're going to take him at the back now and just give him some injections.
Can I come with you?
You'll be okay. Just wait here and you'll be fine.
Why can't I go?
Sorry? There are just surgeries going on at the moment. That's okay, it's okay. Can I get a hand from someone?
Find the doctor. We'll have to go.
If Garfield gets any more stress, he's going to go into a fair bit of shock.
Yeah. So take a seat and I'll come through as soon as Chris will look after you.
I'll keep you informed.
Oh, absolutely. You go take a seat.
Rita, it'll be okay.
Yeah,
it'll be okay.
absolutely.
We've just got to keep him as calm as possible because he's going to put something into his vein right now. It's going to make him feel a lot better.
All right.
Garfie's biggest problem is the fact he's in shock. Obviously, going through what he has gone through, his whole system's just gone into overload. Now, what we're trying to do right now is trying to support his circulation. You can see he's shaking and he's very pale. He's very weak as well. In addition to that, he's lost a lot of blood. He may be losing blood internally right now. If the shock plus the blood loss combine together, they're going to form a deadly combination. It's all right, buddy. But it's really hard. It's really hard.
Look, I got Spidey. I got Spidey. Where's Spidey? Whoops. It's heart-wrenching. She bumps into things and you go, oh, now careful of the clothesline. No, that's a good case.
6 months ago, 12-year-old Maddie was diagnosed with cataracts, a clouding of the eye lens. She's now lost all her sight.
Which way are you coming, Matt?
Today, Sandra's taking Maddie to Bondi's Referral Hospital Sash for cataract surgery.
Good girl.
For an old diabetic dog, it's high risk and expensive. The price tag, $4,000.
I thought about it really hard because she is 12 and she's at the end of her lifespan. So you've got to think, well, do you want to put your dog through that sort of a stress? Come on, careful step. If she was a human, I'd do it. So why not do it to a dog?
This is a supremely strong anti-inflammatory, which is going to help to really reverse the effects of any inflammation and hopefully limit any blood loss internally as well. By putting it into his drip line, it goes straight into his vein, which should mean it's in his circulation about now. He's just stressing.
7-year-old Garfield has been savaged by another dog. Internal bleeding is Chris's greatest fear.
Just stick a needle into his abdomen here. Sorry, mate. Sorry, buddy. Sorry.
Good boy. Good boy.
Just draw back. We are getting some blood here, so he has bled internally. The level at which it's just hard to know, but I mean you can see now it's running into the syringe. That's a pretty major area of concern.
Chris now needs to take x-rays to find out where the blood is coming from.
If he's ruptured a spleen or torn a liver lobe or a kidney, then it's going to be tough.
Is he okay?
So far he's doing okay. He hasn't
He's not
deteriorated.
going to die on me, is he?
We're doing our best, I promise you
Oh
that.
God, I can't lose him.
Make sure
Please
that
tell me.
I'm going to make sure that doesn't happen, okay? All right, you just please be patient. Take some deep breaths. You're probably in a bit of shock as well, but just try and keep calm if you can, Rita, okay? We're doing our very best. And he's doing his very best. He's fighting really hard.
He's a strong munchkin. He's strong. He's a strong boy.
He is. All right, you just keep strong, all right?
Mark, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Oh, I'm a nervous wreck.
You're nervous, hey, Maddie.
Mark Bilson is the specialist surgeon in charge of Maddie's cataract operation.
Okay, well that's all looking good for surgery. Come on, sweetheart. Come on, Madison, you come with me. Good girl.
Bye-bye, sweetie. And next time I see you, you'll be able to see me. That'll be exciting, won't it? Hey? Look.
What we're actually doing when we do the surgery is we're going to use ultrasound to break up the cataract.
Mark Bilson is the specialist performing the operation.
It's called a divide and conquer technique where we crack the lens into 4 pieces and then we suck it up. The problem with these cataracts is that their lens is huge. The bag's just been so stretched that it's collapsing on me. It's not holding any shape. It just makes things all a little bit trickier. Not usually quite as bad as this, I have to say. And of course, you've got to be careful you don't suck up the capsule because that'll stuff everything up.
You're worried, aren't you? Eh? You're not half as worried as your mum is, I can promise you that. Just relax. Maybe. Already said. It's for you also.
Broken bones don't worry me, they'll heal. But if he's got internal bleeding, that could kill him and kill him really quickly.
X-ray.
As if he couldn't have enough things going wrong right now, it turns out he's got a history of epilepsy as well. I'm certainly worried that this shaking could develop into a full-blown epileptic seizure. If that happens, then we've got a massive problem on our hands. In a body that's already stressed, the last thing we need to put it through is a seizure. So I'm going to give him some medication right now that's going to reduce the risk of that happening, hopefully eliminate it altogether. He's a fighter, he's tough. He hasn't torn a blood vessel, he hasn't torn his liver or his spleen. It's good news. For him to be in those jaws, for as long as Rita says, to be shaken and to escape without a broken bone, it's truly remarkable. He may be white, he may be fluffy, this guy is one tough little cookie.
It's all right, mate. It's all right, you've been here before, haven't you?
Chris can now patch up Garfie's wounds.
Sorry, buddy. Hey, mate, it's okay. It's all right, we're almost done.
The fact is, it could have been a lot worse. So I'm really relieved, but I'm sure how I feel is nothing on how Rita's feeling.
So he's okay?
He's okay, yeah. He's just resting now. We're obviously gonna...
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We're gonna keep a close eye on him for the rest of the afternoon. But right now, I'm happy with where he is. We've come so far with him, and he's come from a very bad place to now being in a pretty good place.
You're a gem.
No worries.
Thank you.
That's the lens.
Blind dog Maddie has had her cataracts removed. New artificial lenses will now be inserted into her eyes.
That's the lens coming down the port and then into the bag. You can see it starting to unfold. I've just got to manipulate it into the right position now. That's in.
Maddie's double cataract operation is finally over after more than 2 hours.
The cataract surgery went well. I was very happy with how it came out.
It's too early for guarantees, but when nurses at Sash see Mark's happy dance, they know it's a good result.
Get Emma singing, that'll be much better.
Hello? Hi, it's Dave Kotek from the police.
David Kotek and his partner Scotty have just arrived at Bondi's referral hospital, Sash.
Usually he's quite alert, very highly energetic. His tail's between his legs, his ears are down, he just doesn't seem interested or motivated. So I've never seen him like this.
They're part of the New South Wales Dog Squad and have been fighting crime together for nearly a year. This is Scotty's first sick day.
Hi, Scotty. Good boy. Oh, you are a good boy. I'm always a little bit nervy when I treat police dogs, and I guess I have to have confidence in the fact that their trainers know exactly what they're doing and the dog will listen to whatever they say. So as long as they're with their boss, I'm happy. But when they're on their own out the back, they can be pretty scary.
Right now, Scotty is too miserable to be menacing.
Oh, he's very hot.
Yeah?
He's got a really high temperature. 40.8.
Okay.
So upper end of normal for a dog of his size, I would say around 39.
Yeah.
So that's really high.
Okay.
Scotty's got a really high fever, and I'm worried that he's got something like meningitis, which is an inflammation of the lining of the brain, or polyarthritis, which is an inflammation of the joints. Both are really serious diseases, and they can both make him look this sick.
It's just this swelling here. Have a feel there. It's sort of about that sort of size.
After more investigation,
Yeah, really hold on.
Lisa discovers a big lump on Scotty's shoulder.
The area that was inflamed looked a lot bigger than I expected. That's the boy, that's the boy.
Scotty's actually got a seroma, which is an accumulation of fluid under the skin. Now, it can be caused by any sort of trauma, a knock to the chest or a puncture wound. The problem is that it can develop into an abscess, so an infection with pus under the skin, and if that happens, then the only treatment is surgery.
Give the one that's not sore first.
Anti-inflammatories and antibiotics need to get into Scotty's system as quickly as possible to fight the fever.
You do feel really bad because I take him home every day. I see him more than I see my family, friends, girlfriend. So yeah, they are your best friend. You spend more time with them than anyone else, so yeah.
No work for 2 days.
Yep.
All right, that's a promise.
Promise, yeah, my next shift's in 48 hours anyway. So.
Okay, excellent.
Come on, buddy.
Want to go home?
Good boy.
You go. Oh.
Let's go. Good boy, mate. Good boy.
Well, next time you'll be your bright, bubbly self.
On my way to a bit of a house call, and the house call's to Bateman's Bay, which, yep, is about 4 hours out of Bondi. But it's for a very unusual and very interesting patient, and because he's on the south coast, it also means great surf. While we're there. There's my wrinkly man there.
That's his one.
Hey, boy.
Here you go.
He's grown.
Fiona and John brought Mr Wilson down to the Bondi Clinic 6 weeks ago for a crucial eye lift. The Shar-Pei was in danger of going blind because of the huge folds of skin hanging over his eyes.
Yeah.
Hey, it looks good.
What do you think of it?
We can see eyes there.
Oh, yeah.
I've got to say, turning up to the house today, I was quite nervous because you never really know how it's all going to turn out. But the result looks fantastic. He's got good vision out of both of those eyes. He's playing. He just seems content.
It used to be he can't play with tennis ball, but now he can. Running around his backyard and don't have to bumping the chairs or anywhere. He can see very good.
That is even more attractive.
The stitches can now come out, although Mr Wilson's schnauzer friend Mr Gungun has already started the job.
I do appreciate what you're doing, but that's actually my job, not yours, okay?
Come to mommy. Big sook, you big sook.
Oh,
Come to mommy. It's okay.
Just 2 to go. Excellent.
Watch it come out, Mr Wilson.
Good boy.
Absolutely brilliant. You're coming all the way down here. Excellent.
Yes, you say thank you, Chris. Look. Yeah. Yes.
I don't think he wants to see you again.
God, I just can't believe how much worse it is from last night. Honestly, Eugene, here I could hold like a mandarin-sized swelling.
Police dog Scotty is back at Sash. Last night's treatment has not cured his fever.
Scotty's critical. I just cannot believe how much he's deteriorated in 24 hours. Right now, his temperature's 41 degrees. If it gets higher, up to 42 degrees, he's at risk of brain damage.
Scotty's now been taken for a CT scan to find out if some foreign object is stuck inside him, causing the bruising.
I mean, maybe he's swallowed a stick and it's punctured through and it's causing this massive inflammation over his shoulder. I really hope we find out from this, because if we don't, it means surgery. There's still nothing. I mean, at this stage, I think he's got a severe cellulitis, which is caused by an infection from bacteria deep in the skin. He's at risk of becoming septic, and we've really got to try and prevent that, because that can be fatal. Hopefully it's just like a human that gets cellulitis and admitted to hospital and IV antibiotics and a drip, and a couple of days later you're better. So hopefully he just needs aggressive treatment and then he'll get better. It's not goodbye, it's see you later.
See you later. It's always see you later.
See you later.
I'm going to do everything I can, I promise.
Thank you.
I promise. I know what this dog means to you. Okay? I really feel sorry for David, because Scotty's his best friend and he's trying to be a tough cop and not show his emotions, but this must be absolutely shattering.
See you in a little while, Russ. Bateman's Bay surf gets good 7 out of 10. My surfing, that's the 3 out of 10. Combine the two, you get 10 out of 10. It's nice. I've actually got a bit of spare time, and I thought, hey, we're in Bateman's Bay and we're close to Mogo Zoo. Why not go in and check on a couple of kids? And I think you'll like them. We're not bottle feeding, are we?
Oh, no, no. You're going to get quite a surprise when you see them.
2 years ago, the owner of Mogo Zoo, Sally Patey, invited Chris to meet rare white lions Mafuta and Numbi just after they were born.
When there's gas, it's better out than in, isn't it? Come on. Oh, good one. Good one.
Is it Mafuta? Is it my Numbi? Come on, puppies.
It's like a big Labrador.
Come on, hello, my Numbi. Hello, puppies. It's a boy. It's a boy.
You want to sort of lean back from the fence, but I guess the thrill of being so close to them overrides that. It's amazing. It's really mixed feelings. You'd love to see them out in the wild, but the reality is that because of their colour, because they're white, they really stand out on the savannah, so they're just a prime target for hunters. Just a glowing beacon. Still got that playfulness though.
Oh, yeah.
The simple fact is that if there wasn't some sort of conservation program like there is here, then they'd be extinct. That'd be tragic.
Fuda, Mafuta. Here, up. Look at that.
Before he leaves, Chris gets some more loving from the rest of the Mogo Zoo family.
If you just put your head like this, she'll lick your hair. He changed his hairdo a little bit, but yes, it looks better for that.
White lions, incredible. Servals, fascinating. Meerkats, that's just weird. Do this with all your guests?
No, only the ones with the best hairdos.
Yeah, everyone have a go. Yep, you as well, yeah.
It's really good news, really good news. Look forward to seeing Sandra's face when she comes and picks her up.
The sight of cataract patient Maddie has been restored.
Hello, darling. Hello, sweetie. Look at your beautiful peepers.
At 12 years of age, she was completely blind in both eyes. But after life-changing eye surgery, she now has a new lease of life.
Her birthday's in a few days' time, so she's got a really good birthday present.
All right, sweetheart.
What do you say to Mike? Say, thank you very much for my new eyes. There we go.
Oh, that's just healing so well. I mean, it's still a bit swollen down here, but compared to what it was, just miraculous, huh? You feeling better? You feeling happy?
Lisa got it right with Scotty's diagnosis. The police dog's cellulitis was cured by strong doses of antibiotics. He's now back on the job with David.
Good boy, mate! Woohoo! Good dog.
Yeah, it's good to have Scotty back, and it's great to be back on the road again. Whether he knows what he's gone through or not, I don't know, but he's definitely come out of it stronger, I think.
Hey, good dog! Woohoo! Attaboy.
We have Cuddles for nearly my height. I would not want him biting onto me. I tell you what, I'm glad we're friends.
Thanks for getting him
No
back to
problem.
this.
He's a special boy.
He can hear you already, you know.
I know, he knows my voice.
There he is.
Oh, baby girl. Hi, baby.
At the Bondi Clinic, Garfie's made a huge improvement over the last 2 days.
That's better than any medicine, I think.
Oh, hello, baby boy. How's my baby boy?
He just loves you, look at him.
That means you're a real good boy. Yes, yes, yes. Look at him, he's laughing. He's laughing. Oh, God, he's in. Oh, look, you're a gem.
No worries.
Thank you for everything.
It's nice to see someone caring about their pets as much as you do.
He's my life. You know, he's so important to me.
The wounds are healing fast, and a grateful Rita will soon be able to take her terrier home.
They've done a fabulous job. They have saved my dog.
How can we help you?
I've got this little guy here whose name's Dazza, and he's about 2 years old, and we want to get his nails cut.
2-year-old Dazza has a foot phobia.
Well, when I touch his paws, he just goes berserko. like he's doing now, wiggles around, tries to bite me, tries to scratch me. See, it goes berserker. Yeah, whoa.
Claudia named her puggle after Brisbane Broncos rugby league star Darren Lockyer.
Basically like a little baby that doesn't like a needle.
As a result of his foot phobia, Dazza has never had his nails clipped.
I don't think there's anything wrong with his joints. I actually think it's all up here.
Dazza.
I'm just scared of the crazy woman.
Wheelbarrow.
You'd probably see about 1 in 50 dogs that really freak out about having their nails done.
Ow, I'm gonna get hurt.
Now, Mel, between you and me, he was a lot bigger than he actually is. That's why we can't do it.
And he had a gun.
Yeah, he definitely had a gun.
Dazza has won the battle, but maybe not the war. The other option is sedation. Claudia is going home to decide if she wants to fork out the $100 for the procedure.
It's hoping to make it cheaper, but you know, unfortunately, that's not the way. It's not the way the cookie crumbles.
11-year-old golden retriever Jessie has been hit by a car outside her home.
Good girl, good girl. Your mum and dad's with you, you'll be right.
Distraught owners Helen and Barry have brought her into Bondi's referral hospital, Sash.
Oh, darling, it's a bit sore, isn't it? So I suspect that she's basically got a broken back. Oh, sweet. Yeah, I know that's sore. I mean, she's in a bad way. She's paralysed. She can't move her back legs at all. Thankfully, she can feel her feet, so she actually has sensation in them, and that's a good sign for her recovery. Next step, CT scan. So after that, we'll make a decision where we have to go and what we have to do. The fracture's just in here, and this part of the spine is actually elevated, and this part's dropped down. So the spinal cord is basically getting squished between the two. So what we'll have to do is realign it, bring this side up a bit, that side down a bit. I think if we don't do anything, the chances of her walking again are almost nil.
It's terrible when the kids they're all in pain too, you know, knowing that she's not well. And they said to us, forget Christmas this year, just get her better.
How are you? Good, mate. Mate, come straight up here.
A 6-month-old boxer Cross has been rushed into Bondi Clinic by his owner Jeff.
What's his name? His name's Buddy.
Buddy's struggling to breathe and his face is severely swollen.
His face just went womp like that, all in a matter of 2 or 3 minutes. Because that's a bit swollen, but you can see the colour difference in the eye, obviously. And his lip is like...
That's huge, isn't it?
It's massive on both sides. I feel that.
Yeah.
It's all right, mate.
He's distressed, he's having big trouble getting his air in. This looks like the classical signs of an allergic reaction, and we need to stabilise him and do it very quickly.
And my mother-in-law found a wasp, a tiny little black wasp with a brown body on the kitchen floor that was dead.
Yeah. Buddy, you got to be good for us, okay?
It's all right, mate. I'm here, mate. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. I'm here.
Just calm down. Buddy's gone into what we call anaphylactic shock. Now, if that reaction is severe enough, his airways will constrict. If that happens, he won't be able to breathe at all.
What Buddy needs urgently is a cortisone-based drug and an antihistamine to settle his breathing and stop the allergic reaction.
He's still alive. Far out.
Hopefully the drugs will do the job in time.
Okay. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But if we can just give it a go, it'd be great. If I can just get your thumb to do that.
Okay. Yep.
That's all I need you to do.
Just put it in, mate, because he won't stay still.
No, we can't go too quickly.
Oh, righto.
All right. Great, buddy. Thank you, mate. Just keep calm there. Okay, we're almost done. Sounds like he's starting to take deeper breaths here, which is good. His heart rate slowed down a little bit, which implies that he's a bit more relaxed.
Yeah.
20 minutes later, and Buddy's condition is slowly improving.
Give the missus a call and give her an update.
Jeff's partner Rebecca is waiting anxiously at home with their 1-week-old baby girl, Amelia.
You know how kids have shots to protect themselves? Can you be given something so that if it happens again, that doesn't happen?
It's like, I guess it's like a kid with either a peanut allergy or a bee allergy. All you can really do is just be on hand, watch him where you can, but the moment you see any sort of swelling, just obviously give me a call and we can give him the medication.
I have your number on the fridge.
Well, he's fine. He's looking at the phone, wondering why he can hear Mum but can't see us. So.
Oh, living home with his little girl.
But don't worry, he looks like he's going to be okay.
Thank you very, very, very much. I'm very relieved.
All right, no worries at all.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
See ya.
No worries.
Well, hopefully he's smart enough not to go near it next time.
It just shows you can't wait around till the next day to see if these things are going to sort themselves out. Jeff acted straight away. As a result, Buddy's alive and one very lucky dog.
Look, if you're worried about him tonight, give me a call. He'll be fine.
Sweet ass.
Okay.
No worries.
And you sleep well, all right?
Thanks a lot, Chris.
No worries, I'll see you later.
I mean, they're always hard operations. Doesn't matter how many times you do them. You've got to get the pins just in the right spot. If you're too far one way, you end up skewering the spinal cord. If you're too far the other way, you don't get enough bone, and so it's not a secure repair. So I always sweat a bit when I'm doing these ones.
The pins are finally in place. Andrew now mixes up the bone cement, commonly used for human knee replacements and repairing spinal fractures.
So this is what's actually going to stabilise the whole fracture.
New CT scans will now show if Jessie's operation has been successful.
I hate this bit, the waiting. I'll know very soon. Is that right? That one's good.
It's a little KY.
That one's close, but that one's that's perfect. That's just shaved the outer edge of the spinal canal with one of those pins. So some would say that's a perfect placement. I would say it's arsey. This is a good result for Jess, yeah. Now the spinal cord's nice and stable, it's decompressed, so she's got the best chance that we could have given her.
You're going to get clipped today. Yes, you are. Oh, yes, you are. No more scratching mummy. No more scratching mummy.
2-year-old Dazza is back at the Bondi Clinic, proudly wearing his Broncos coat. The puggle has resisted all attempts to cut his nails.
I think he does know that he's getting his nails clipped.
Apart from scratching Claudia, Dazza's nails could soon become ingrown. If that happens, even walking would be painful.
Daz, sorry to interrupt you from your toy. We're going to go and sort you out. Is that okay with you?
That's fine. Good luck.
Rules have changed. I've got things on my side. I've got the odds stacked in my favour.
I do like his jacket, but I don't know who they are. Who are they?
Broncos.
Oh.
They play football.
Do they?
Rugby league.
That one.
It's the one with the ball that's not circular.
Dazza's foot phobia has forced Chris to take the extreme measure of sedating him, so his claws can be clipped for the first time.
All big and brave. Show them what you're made of. All right. Oh, it's just a needle. You can't see it. Look, we'll hide your head.
Dazza is making one last stand.
Dr. John.
It's time to get some backup.
I'll distract at the back.
Thank you. It took John to bring down Darren Lockyer. It's amazing.
It's a bit of a fearsome beast.
I always find the nails seem to really freak people out because they just don't know where to cut them, and it's not that hard. You can see where the pink quick ends and the whitish nail begins. So you're pretty right just to cut in underneath that. You can see no blood and no pain.
I think he's having a really good dream now. He's really not worried about his feet. What do you think?
I'm just wondering whether he thinks we could possibly do some orthodontic work while we're here.
No, he looks too cute.
Come on, sweetie, you going to go? There you go. I guess I so wanted to get her movement back. I don't know whether I'm seeing something or whether it's just, you know, her legs dragging along the ground. So I try and sort of distance myself from that, but it's difficult.
The next day at SASH, car accident victim Jessie is showing no signs of movement in her back legs.
Come on.
But this doesn't mean the operation has failed. The nerves in Jessie's spine need to reconnect, and that's a matter of waiting for nature to take its course.
You know, you've had a certain expectation of how they should go and knowing full well that it may not go that way, but it doesn't make you feel very good when they're not going how you want them. So, yeah.
It's so different at home without her. It's so quiet.
Get better soon.
Helen and her daughter Kate are refusing to give up hope.
You just want them to be able to say yes or no, you know, like she's going to get up on her legs or she's not. So I know they can't, but I just wish someone could say that.
Hyundai. Ooh, saying thank you.
Daz's toenails are trimmed, but unfortunately, it's unlikely he'll ever get over his phobia.
In the meantime, what you could try is actually walking him on tarred roads or concrete, just to keep them worn down.
No problem.
And also just play with his feet a lot.
Okay.
Patting him, just pick up his feet and play with them so he gets used to it.
No problem.
All right.
Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
No worries. Go the Broncos.
Go the Broncos, yeah.
All right, I'll see you later.
Thank you
Good
very
luck.
much. Bye-bye.
See you, Daz.
Good girl. Hey. Get to go home.
Several days after Jessie's major spinal surgery, Helen and Kate have arrived at SASH to take her home. Sadly, there's been no miraculous improvement.
Maybe if we can get her home and she can smell her own place and she can, you know, everything's familiar. Just hope something happens and something clicks and something just, you know, that's what we're praying for.
Come on, sweetie. There we go. Just need to get those back legs working as well as the front.
Yeah.
Good girl. There you go, good girl. Whoops. There you go. There you go. He says, I'm glad to be going home.
Taking Jessie home is a huge commitment. Helen will have to learn how to keep her catheter clean to stop infections. Jessie will also need physiotherapy sessions 3 times a day.
Stretching them out, flexing them up. It's not that she's a hopeless case, though I think, to be realistic, as we stand now, I think she has more chance of not getting better than she does of getting better, and that's always disappointing.
It's heartbreaking to see.
I'm not going to leave you this time. No.
We're going to work on it and see how we go.
Just had a call from some friends of mine on the outskirts of Sydney. They've got a horse. She was meant to give birth a few days ago and she still hasn't gone. We've got to get there and check out what could be going wrong here. Hey, Rachel.
Yeah, hi Chris, how's it going? Thanks for coming.
That's all right, where is she?
She's just down here in the paddock.
Yeah, all right, let's get in there.
Harriet is a valuable breeding mare. Her first 2 foals arrived quickly with no complications. This time, owner Rachel senses something is wrong.
There's a lot of walking, a little bit more than usual. She's sort of tense and a bit worried like, so.
I mean, you know what I'm thinking. I guess I'm worried like you that if that foal's not alive or if it's in the wrong position, then we've got a big issue here. Easy girl, easy girl. I guess the worry is if I get too close, then I just don't really want to freak her out here. The foal is that close. If I approach her as that foal's starting to come out and she runs, she's basically going to trample the foal.
Yeah, I'm just so glad Chris is here now, and I just don't want anything to be wrong with the baby, and I certainly don't want anything to go wrong with the mare.
Easy girl. Once this foal starts to come out, the first thing I'm looking for are feet, because the feet are going to tell me if this is a breech position or not. If the feet are front feet and if they're the right way up, coming out like that, then we're fine. If they're back feet, bad news. It's all right.
Are you close, girl? Calm down. Calm down. When that water finally does break, it's going to happen at a rush. And then all of a sudden, we're going to start seeing feet. That's the critical moment. If we see feet, if they're front feet, we're fine. If we see back feet, big trouble. It's a breech position. Let's go, Larry.
After all the stress, the foal has arrived feet first and seems to be in perfect shape.
Well, welcome. You didn't expect us to be nice and clear. Little girl. Yep. Little filly.
Girl.
Well done, Harriet.
I thought it was a little boy.
Girls can keep you waiting too. Beauty, huh? Made it just in time.
Yeah, I'm ecstatic. The foal's healthy, mum's healthy. The baby's not named yet, so that'll be the next thing, I guess, that we have to do.
She's a pro, isn't she, old Harriet?
Yeah, she is. Just having the vets right there when the action's happening takes the worry off my mind and places it on theirs, I guess.
That one there and this one over here.
The next crucial test is for the foal to stand up. She should be taking her first steps within 15 minutes.
I'm really happy with how our filly looks, but the problem is Harriet right now is dripping colostrum out of her udder. She only has a certain amount of that, and it's so rich with antibodies and the proteins and the fats that our little girl needs here. If she doesn't stand up quickly, all that's basically going to run into the ground and be wasted, and she's going to miss out on the most crucial thing she needs right now. So get up, come on. Oh, so close. Give it another go. There we go. Hey, look at you. Hey, well done. You're up.
Jess, come on. Come on.
Oh, look at you go.
Come on.
Go, girl.
Yeah.
Hey, Jess. Wow, what a flash pair of wheels you've got.
Good girl.
Jessie, who broke her back in a car accident, is independent again with the help of a custom-built cart.
She looked really proud of herself, and I think she was just happy to be trotting down the corridor, saying, look what I can do.
Oh, she can do about 15, 20 steps on her own.
Oh, really?
On her own,
Oh,
yeah.
I'd like to see that.
Wait.
Just take it
Wait.
easy.
Wait.
Take it easy.
Wait.
Good girl.
Wait.
Good girl.
Wait.
You got your little rudder.
To get this result, Helen and her family have been giving Jessie up to 5 physiotherapy sessions a day.
Oh, that's good, isn't it?
If they'd have not put the effort in, she'd still be sitting and not be able to use her legs, there's no doubt about it.
Isn't that good?
I think she'll be improving in 6 months, maybe even 12 months' time. It'll take that long.
We love her. She's part of the family, so there was never any other option for us. I'm so glad that we've taken the road we've taken. Good girl.
It's great to see Jessie walking around like that. The other thing is that we've just had news about Rosie.
Rosie, come on. Good girl, come on. Good girl.
It's been 6 months since Rosie underwent major surgery to straighten her deformed legs. This is her first big outing.
In the months sort of following the operation, she's been limited in what she could do. There have been times when she's off. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's fantastic though. I haven't seen her run like that. Rosie, oh, she's chasing birds. Okay, she could not have done that. And being a golden retriever, I guess that's what she's meant to do. So she did that perfectly on cue with the program. That's perfect.
This is a little bugger that caused so much drama to our little boy, our dog.
It's good news for Buddy the boxer, who's made a complete recovery from his allergic reaction to a wasp.
So we didn't think we'd make it. Just thought we'd been given the most precious gift in the world, and at the same time we were going to lose our little boy, so it was horrible. Thank God for Chris.
That's right, yeah.
Without him, we wouldn't have a dog.
The tricky thing is there are no road signs to direct her to where the milk is, but you'll watch Mum will nudge her, and she'll almost instinctively know where to go as well. But it's a slow road, a few speed humps.
The tiny filly has been named Iris.
Hey, oh, you spring up, don't you?
And once she finds her feet, she also finds the target.
There you go. Mum's pretty happy about it. I guess after all the worry in getting here and making sure everything was okay, to now see a stunning foal in front of me, taking her steps with milk in her belly and a contented mum, what more can you ask for? Good night, Harriet. Good night, little girl. Well done, both of you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Danny. If you enjoyed this video, then please remember to subscribe to the Bondi Vet YouTube channel. Click on the screen now to continue watching more great content.